Apps, Power BI, using with Microsoft 365, using SharePoint 365 online, or Microsoft is now forcing the user with SharePoint Server 2019 to use Power Automate, to use the workflows using Power Automate. And we have Response. Basically, Response is Power Virtual Agents that are bots that you can use to respond. So this is the four main applications that Power Platform consists. In Power Platform, we have a database. That database is basically a common data service. Common data service, I'm going to show you what it is simply a database, but the database is concept about entities. Entities is like a table. I have several entities. These entities already is inside of the Ever CDS. The CDS as is entities that is used across data of the Microsoft 365 tenants. So these accounts are the data that every account used in Microsoft 365. And the fields are basically the records of the entities. So this is not basically a schema database, but I can create relationships, I can create business rules, I can use views, forms, and every Microsoft has a CDS implemented. So, sorry, any question? No. If you have any question, may ask freely. You can interrupt me at any time. I have no issue with that. Basically, is a set of entities. So that means that we have a database as a service, because common database is a data storage as a service, like a database. And you can use this to share information between Power BI, Power Apps, Power Automate. Then can you share information about that? But that this database as a service has a capacity limitation. We have basically 1 GB when we use a Power Apps license, and if you need more, we can add more licensing for that. So this is limited. But that means that we need to have or use the common CDS, not the service. No, we can access data with other service. Power Platform use connectors that is basically a proxy, a wrapper that use an API to connect to another service. And that means that we can use data from other service, from web service, from other APIs, from other connections, from external parties, and even our on-premise data. In the Power Platform, we have several connectors types. We have standard connectors that basically some are free or not, because it depends if it's a cloud service, if it has Microsoft service. Because if you're already paying a Microsoft subscription, you already have OneDrive, you already have SharePoint and other applications, then you can use that connectors and use freely that data that already have in SharePoint or OneDrive. But they are premium connectors, and sometimes my attorneys and other people claim that must pay that connector, because premium connectors is not connectors that you are already paying the service or the infrastructures, but basically can be external applications that service, that cloud is from the provider, the external provider or the third party. So some premium connectors need to buy a subscription, because we're going to use external parties, external data, external clouds, and that's why it's called premium connectors, because most of them require a subscription. We have preview connectors that can be standard or premium. The problem with preview connections is that change for functionality, the triggers or actions that the connection can give it to us, can change in any time. So I'm going to use a preview connector. If the connector doesn't change, the demo will work. If it changes, it cannot work. Custom connectors, if you want to connect a provider or external party that don't have a connector, you can create your own connector and create your own trigger and actions to use with the Power Platform. And we have on-premise the gateway that you can act with Power BI, Power Apps, and Power Automate to get data from our on-premise SQL Server or on-premise files or everything that you can use with on-premise data gateway. So the basic that I want to show to pass information is that now we can use several types of data and access data. I'm moving. If I'm talking slowly, you can speak in the chat. I can slow down. So this is the focus of the session. What is Power Apps? Basically, Power Apps is a platform as a service, an application platform as a service. In the past, there was a Power Apps Desktop Studio, but it was decoupled. So Power Apps only live in the web. The only way to make applications there is web. There will be launched another desktop studio, but is not for Power Apps. That will be for Power Automate, and it's in preview. So it's the separate application, and it's not for Power Apps itself. With this, anyone with a little non-programming or no knowledge of programming can create an app because it's very simple, and I will show in the demo. Most people and most only think that we can publish this app directly to Google or Google Play or Apple Store, but when we submit an app made in Power Apps, the app will not be converted to a native mobile and submitted. This will use Microsoft Cloud, and we'll use a native mobile application to access this app. So everything we're going to use is in the Microsoft Cloud, and we'll use an application made by Microsoft to using this app. So this is the big difference: creating an app on Power Apps and creating a native mobile apps using other parties of the applications for Apple or for Google smartphones. We can create 3 types of application types. I will talk about in the demo because I want to show a few slides of possibles and have enough time from the demo that is more interesting on this session. So where you can use it, we can use the apps in Windows OS Desktop, Google Android, Apple iPhone, and web. And basically, we are going to use a native application made by Microsoft. How can you use it? I need to pay for use it. The answer yes and no. We have a community plan. Basically, this is a developer plan. It's a free environment that includes CDS, and you can use every connector. You can create every application, but there's an issue. We don't, because this is not for production or for team use. The developer will be not able to share the app. It can use by itself, but it's possible to export the resource, export the app was created to a production environment. So basically, if you want to try Power Apps for yourself, anyone with a Microsoft account can use this plan. It's free, but if you need to move the app for the production, you need to export the resource, the app, the automate flow, if you use flows, all of that, and export all the solutions you are already using and importing to the production environment and use. Why I assume that? Because we have several plans. I'm not here to sell Power App license. I'm just showing there is another plans, and I want to show that there is a dedicated for applications. Where is the pointer? There is one for per app applications, that is limited for 2 applications, and the word for a per user plan is dedicated to one user, and they are unlimited applications. The only difference for this type of plans is the CDS per license capacity. So one license is dedicated 50 megabytes, the other 250 megabytes. Daily requests. The request I can make 100 daily requests per app, 2 per user, 5 million requests per day. So the other things I'm not going to explain because I'm not here to selling licensing. Most of the features is basically announced in the blog. If want to every month there are some resolutions to fix, to bugs, and some features. You can follow the blog, the Power Apps blog for new preview features. The most features is released in a release plan. There are several release plan. If also the release plan for October, I think. Oops. The link doesn't open. So this was the past. So the last update was May 15. We have several release plans, and we have some milestones and other release plans to see. And here we can see what is going to be available for that plan. The other thing I want to tell is the Power Apps version is not available to all regions. That means that some regions can have different versions of Power Apps. For example, we have a preview version that is available only in the United States. The preview version is 3.54, and the government version from US government is less. The Europe is 51, the United States is lower, Australia, South America is not available in that reason. So not every version of Power App Studios and Power App Mind is not available. Even the common data service can be different, and the version online, because it's the web, normally is the same, but the preview is okay, is more preview. So when you make applications that use some preview versions or some functionality that cannot work very well, maybe it's because the version of that reason is not using the same version that you are make the app. So we must be events about that version. Take the slides again. So what, like I did previous, I'm using a Microsoft 365 development subscription. But before I make a demo, I want to say something about this subscription. To prepare to using the Power Apps, I need to create an environment. And for this, I will use a develop program. There are several types of environment in Power Apps. There are a default environment that is a production, is created automatically in every Microsoft 365. They are a production environment. I can create several production environments depending of the require of the Power App license. For every Power App license, I can create a production that have CDS with 1 gigabyte. I can create also a sandbox environment. This sandbox is for non-production, is only for development and testing. I can create a trial environment. A trial environment can be created only one for subscriptions, and everything I do in that environment will expire after 30 days. There will be a development environment, and the development environment basically is the Power App community plan. So this is a development environment. And I also can create a project outlet. Basically, project outlet is created automatically. This is a low code when you create something for Microsoft Teams, because I can create power-ups for Teams as well. Um, that will list a project outload is a dedicated environment for using Microsoft Teams. So the first thing I will going to do is to create a trial. This is an issue with the Microsoft 365 developer subscription, because if I try to create a trial, I will get an error that is all the account, all the CDS data is already over the capacity, and I will get this warning. So if I want to see more information, I can see the capacity that I'm occupied. I'm not using all the capacity, but if I see the information, he tell me I am over the capacity as well. So how that means that I don't have a Power App license, or don't have a CDS? Yes, if I go to the makepowerapps.com, that is the location where you create the Power App. If I go to the Spotlight icon or setting icons, then go to the plans to see if I have a Power App plans, I can see that I have a Power App plans. So why I cannot create any trial environment or any environment? Because of the database is already over the capacity. So how can I overcome or bypass this problem? I can use a Power App trial environment, and I can register for this environment. For do that, I go to powerapps.microsoft.com. I click in the Start Free button in the web. This will ask me what is the email account, the Microsoft email account that I want going to use. This can be set for an administration account, and that administration account we can set this for several users. When I do this, the activation of the tile will take several minutes, and several minutes. When you do that, it can be defined to use to one developer or another. If I'm going to set my plans, I can see that I will get two plans. One is already include the apps for Office 365, and another is Power Apps per user plan tiles. With this, I can create a trial. Why I said because this will take 4 minutes, because if you create, let me turn back for a minute. Sorry. Create these different programs. We have a warning that we can, if you don't have your username, your first name and last name set, it can take over a few hours. And when I create this account, I forgot to set my first name and last name, and I have to wait 4 hours. So be careful with that. Activation with the license is quickly. Creating this account, if you don't set your first name and last name, you can be wait up to 4 hours. So let's move on. So I'm not going to show more slides because I want all the time for the demo. That is more intense. I will do first demo. I will create a demo that will get the name, the email and the signal of one customer. These are simulations. This is like the tracking of the package that when we receive a package, the client signed, and I will submit these information to a PDF by mail. And if I have still time to do, I will do a second demo that I will get information from my Excel that is saved in one day for business, and show that information as a list. So let's move on to the demo. Okay. To go to create Power Apps, I can log in the Microsoft account. Click in the Smart Launch and use all apps and choose Power Apps. or I can go to make.powerapps.com. Here is the location to create apps using Power Apps, and we can create three types of apps. Canvas apps basically is apps using the platform itself. So you can click on apps for web and for mobile and for desktop, and this is a type of plans of apps. Model-driven apps basically is apps where we use workflows for Dynamics 365. So if I want to create apps for Dynamics 365 using the business workflows, I will create a model-driven apps. Portals apps is a website that you can create and deploy. You can use for external users or internal users. You can use for stocks, for customers, for everything else. But every person wants to use the portal need a license. So this is the three types of different apps. The Power App you will use friendly responsive. So you'll use HTML, HTML5, and JavaScript, and this is automatic created and maintained for the platform. In the plans, I already using a tool environment. So if I want to make a tool environment, I can go to the Spotlight, going to Admin Center. You'll use up to the Power Platform Admin Center. In environments, I can create environments for this. So if I want to create, for example, a trial account, a trial environment, I click in new. I set the type of the environment. The trial is only person for one type for tenants. I already created the trial this year, and I have 27 days left. Past these 40 days, I can create another trial account. I can create several successful trial accounts. And this is the environment I go to use because I don't have restrictions, and I can use everything. And I using my own CDS for these tenants. All the demos are going to show. I'm not going to use a CDS because I want to be freely and anyone can create a demo for self. So I'm going to close this, and I'm going to create a Power App. Basically, to create a Canvas app, I can create from scratch, or I can create from the templates. If you want to create from a template, you can use the templates that are available in the platform. Basically, all of these are Canva apps you can use in the web and in a mobile version. And to create a content test, and there is a definition. I must define if this app is going to use to tablet or by phone, because if I use tablet, you're going to set the screen by tablet, so it's the bigger. If I use phone, you're going to set the phone. I will use the demo app, and I will set this for a phone app. So if you want to create a phone and a tablet app, there will be different projects, different environments. The environment of different applications. But can you use a phone app in a table? Yes, you can, but the screen will be slower, will be different. The screen will not be extended to all tablet area. That is the difference. So let's create the demo app using the phone type. Is getting the environment, is getting the everything for us. And how I know that I'm in the environment trial and not the other environment like production. If I created this in production, I can select here in the environment and change it and select this. So if I created in the production environment like this and have any mistake, I need to delete this app, change it, and create another environment. This is how we know what environment I am in here installing that environment. So this is basically like the screen that you're going to use, like an EDA to development. We have no information. This is a script, so we have no components. And basically, if I want to add some components, buttons, icons, text box, everything, in the left, we have some at the left menu. The T view will show all the components we are already using, screen or components. I don't have anything because I created this from a blank project. Insert, I can insert every component that is available. The first is the popular components that normally everyone use. I have input components. There can be a button, a text, a drop box, a radio button. Display components. So I want to display some text, HTML forms. I can, so this forms survey is the Forms Pro in the Microsoft subscription. So I can use components from another Office 365 applications. I can send the layouts, the galleries. I can add media. I can call the camera. I can scan barcodes. I can send shapes, art, everything. So how can I use these components? Basically, I select the component that I want, drag to the screen. This is the screen area. Because this is a phone application that simulates a phone, and I can drag, define the dimensions, and this is how you're going to show in the application. If I want to add another component, I can insert by this, or I can, in the top menu, we have File, Home, Insert, and can also insert. For example, I want to insert a label, just click, point, and I want. In the right settings, when I click a component, this will show the properties and the advanced properties from that component. So if I want to change the text, I can change in the properties here, demo app, and change everything for the text. I can change the color, just one white, the background, or not. Change everything. I can change the alignment, and if I can want to change the alignment of the component in home, I have the alignment, and this alignment is for the component. So I can change center and right and left. And this is how I insert components. In the advanced options, this basically is actions that the component can have. I can change the actions for the component, like a button. So if I want the button have actions, I can send here. Or I can change by selecting here. This option here, this combo box, is the every actions that we have in advance. So this is on select. On select is an action if I click or press or pass the mouse in over an action. Because this is a label, I don't want any action, it's false. If I want to select the action here, I can also select on select or right select, and here on visual, for example, in this visual, in here we can change the action. So I can add every code. I can even insert icons, for example, icons. And we have already several icons available for this in Power Apps. This is the cancel icon. I can set this like cancel to close the window or exit app. I will change the background. and this. So it's easy to add components. We can add it by insert, we can add by here, and we have several types of components. Other options that we have. In the light, we have a key data. Data is everything I'm going to use in the application. In the current environment, I'm using accounts and activities. This is not, I'm not going to use. This automatically important. Media is all the image, external image that I'm going to use. And the button tools is can monitor the application or open tests that I will show you later. So I have this button. Now I want to add an action, or I want to when I click an icon, I want that made something. So every action is made on select, and this is the formula. The formula is where we can create something to react in action. I'm going to share you a formula reference for Power Apps. Where is the set that we can use to action? There, so if I want to exit applications, I have a method called exit, and if I use like this, when a user click this, they will return exit the app and will return with the listen app. If I use this true, the user will be exit and will be signed out with their logins for Power Apps. So if you want to exit an application and the user maintain login, don't use true. So this is how we do it. Only thing I can do is action, is to click here, and action will always send actions. So we have navigate. Navigate is if I want to add another screen, I can navigate to another screen. Collect, I can create a collection from data, like a JSON data, and use to pass. Remove, I can remove the collection. On select, basically, is what I did. Now, the more one of the annoying things of Power Apps is if I set the action, and I'm going to action and click another action, the Power Apps erase what I wrote and replace what I've clicked. So be careful what action you are going to change. So I'm going to delete this and click exit again. We can undo some actions with undo action, but this only undo the last action. This don't or undo the history what I did. So this it can be sometimes disappointed. So to make this more intense, I'm going to add another screen. So I can insert a new screen, and I can insert a blank, a scrollable, a list to look the form. We have several templates of screen that you're going to use. I'm going to use another blank screen because I want to do this more interactive, a more practical I want. And for this, I'm going to create that screen. I'm going to show that is the confirmation. One of the best practices that you can use in Power Apps, and when you create components, rename it when you create. So this is the main screen, and this is rename the confirmation screen. Confirmation screen. We can rename the components with the name the same name in the schemes, because every component is on its side. So the first thing I'm going to do, I'm going to put a label, test label. So to identify the screen, this is a confirmation. And this, I'm going to create a form to get the information about the client and then submit. So I'm going to take a label, name, and I want to input data. So I can go to input, I can go to test input, and this will get a test input. Once again, in the view, I can change this for label name and test input name. Why I doing this? Because I'm going to get data from the input, and when I'm going to select the test input, I don't want to search for what the input is. So this will be test input 1, 2, 3, 4. And if I set the name previously, this is more easily to select the data. One of the with test input we can set in advance. We can set the hint test. This is a good practice because with the insert name hint that the user can see. The default test is the test we want to use. If I don't want any tests, I can delete input, and this is the hint. So the hint is using to show information, and if I put the mouse inside in the text box, that will show that issue. One thing that Power Apps will reclaim, we have more options. We have the where is accessible label. Accessible label is the person we can see. This will the Power Apps will sound. What is this? So accessible label is recommended to use it because it's accessible that individual users can use this app. So the form will set insert name will respond. If I want to copy and paste, I can select this copy using the shift button and paste for this, and this will be the email, and this will be insert email. So it's easy to copy and paste, and you can see in the confirmation screen that the copy when copy will be copy the label as well. So this is email and this is email. I'm going to add now some date. We have several components we can use and use. So when insert have pen, Dropbox, POM, date keeper. The date keeper we can select date, so the user can select date. And we have a particular, if you don't want that the user edit or edit the date or edit some text input, we have the option if editor to true, or we can send here in display mode is edit. If I set this to disable, the component is disabled, will not show. If I set this to view, we have no options to select. So I'm using the date picker to get the date. I can use today function as well. So we have several types, and this is like a text box, but with the function today. Today will get the current date that in my local computer or local app, and this is it. So I'm going to change this date, and now I'm going to add observation, and I'm going to add an observation box, and I want the observation to be a multi-line. This is a single line, and we can change the text input to multi-line or password. In the properties of the text, I have the single line, and I can set this to password. It can be asterisk, or I can set this to a single line or multi-line. If I do multi-line, I can create observations. Like I set this to multi-line, and then the user of this app can write multi-line for here. Only rename the test input. So to observations. Okay, now I want to add a client signature, and some contents are already created and ready to use. This means we have content like pen input that we don't need to create any code. Simply drag the content that we want and use. And the cloud, the platform itself, we're going to manage all this content for us. Okay, so I need now a button to submit. Here button, I can create a button. So in insert, this is submit to add information. I'm going to drag up to get more space. Now I need a button to go back, and I can use icons. Insert icon. I have an icon callback. Where is it? Back. And this can also be triggered as an action. So if I want to navigate to the previous windows and create actions, this is not difficult. I can do the actions, navigate, select the screen. So I have two screens, the main screen and the confirmation screens. And this is the transformation, basically is the how the design is going to react, like display react. I can cover to the right, I can cover to the left. You're going to animations. So this is animations when I move the window. And I can do this. I'm going to the main screen. To change to screen, I select in the to view the screens. Yeah, I'm going to add an icon because I want to can be people. Where is people? Okay, that I didn't select correctly. And I want to add these people to the insert label confirmation. If you want the text label, the label, and I can do the same operations, I can select both using the Shift key. I'm going to unselect, and then here I can set the formula that I want to use. The formula to navigate to another window is navigate. And when I'm writing the formula, it has intelligence that is helping to write the formula, navigate. It's asking what is the screen I want to go. I want to confirmation screen. And now what is the visual transformation I want to go? I'm going to go to fade. And that's it. If I didn't write correctly, so I'm going to erase here, I will get an error. So, and how I can identify this error? Here, I have an app checker, is like the doc app, in sense that I have formulas. I have an error in icon. If I select, he tell me where I have the error. So to identify errors quickly, we click in app checker and you can see the error itself. So this miss assessment. So, and if I go to on advanced on select, I set the same. Here is the action for both. How can I test the application? I have a play button that is a preview, and I can see if I click, I can move to another screen, and here is how I can test the application. So let's log on. Oh, I have the names. I have to submit. Now I want to submit. This for creating a PDF and send to email. But I don't know how to code. Using that instructions in Power Apps, we're going to use Power Automate. So basically, I'm going to create an automate flow, and this will be the logic of my application. I can do this by two ways. I can create flow previously and then add a flow. I can click the submit button, click an action, click Power Automate. They will jump and use, if you want to use already an automate that already done, or I can create a new flow. And this, I will create a new flow, and I will create a flow from scratch as well, from zero. I can use several templates flows, I can set. So the first thing I need to do is check if the environment is in the correct environment. Because I'm in time environment, I must create the same flow in the same environment of the application I have in a trial. And I'm going to create a flow. A flow basically is react on a trigger. I can create automatic flow. This is schedule, like a schedule flow, an automatic UI flow, a business process flow. Business process can be a dynamic 365 flow as well. And the instant flow is triggered, valid, admitted. So because I want this flow be triggered when the button is clicked, I will create an instant flow. So the name of the flow can be anything I want. I can create client signature, and I must define where the flow will be triggered. I can be triggered by a mobile button. I can create a button in a mobile flow that will be triggered in virtualization, Power Apps, on Drive, or in functions on Drive, or functions in Teams. It can be triggered in more than something. So this will be triggered using Power Apps. And this will be create only the trigger option. So the flow to work must be triggered by a schedule or by something, and this is the first step that we need to create a flow. The next step I'm going to do is to create the file to the Power Apps. One thing I can do is to use applications that are already in my subscription, in my tenant. OneDrive for Business is one of the applications that I have, so I'm not going to pay anything else. OneDrive for Business, I can create a file, list file, upload, move, rename, convert file. Convert file is I'm going to use, and this is in a preview version. So if this doesn't work, it's because they changed something. But basically, I want to create a file. I need to define where is location of my OneDrive. I'm going to define the root. I can define the file name. I'm going to define client, And I'm going to create HTML. HTML is one of the basic files that you can convert easily without no problem. And the file content, basically, I'm going to add HTML code. I already have a predefined HTML code. I can share you in the chat if you want to try later with no issue. Okay. And this is the HTML that I will ask the client name, the date, the observation, and the signature. If you want to create this, I can create in several ways. I can create this by asking creating a variable. So I can create set a variable, ask the variable using the PowerShell apps, set it, and then use the same variable like this. Or I usually can create by getting a file and ask the data using the file. So here I am going to use a name, and Flow is great because we can use dynamic content that we can set what content I'm going to use inside. So if I ask the Power Apps, this is the parameter or the variable I'm going to pass from the Power Apps to automate. So I want that claim, I want the email, I want the date, I want the observations, and I want the signature. Now, here in the search, normally I use quotes or quotation marks to define this. But in Power Apps, I don't want to define this because I'm all going to pass the image like a JSON binary 64. And because this will pass like a string, and the string already have the quotation marks, here I don't need to create a quotation marks. If I put this inside the quotation marks, it will fail. So this is a step to create the file. How much I have in time? 12, 11. Okay. So the next step I'm going to create is to create next step. I'm going to convert the file into PDF. So OneDrive is the option to convert. Where is OneDrive for Business. Convert file preview. So I need to set what the location of the file, and I can use the properties from the previous step. So this is the create file that I have. I have the path. So basically, I can define the path in this view automatic. Now, because this is a preview, I want to warn if this will be good or not. I can create a step to send email, and we have two ways to send email. We have to send email using Office 365 Outlook that is included in our subscription, or send email by mail. And normally I use this. This is really good. I'm going to send this to myself or apps, subject demo, body PDF, client PDF. In the advance, in the attachment name, I'm going to set client.pdf. In the content, I will pass the file content that was converted. And this is how I send the email. I can send another email in the parallel branch, so I can do this. I'm not going to send two emails of CC5. Send email to myself. Power Apps, subject convert fails, demo convert fails, demo convert. Why I doing this? I can set in a flow in the configuration afters. If this file skip it or timeout, I will get this email. If the conversion was okay, I can receive this email. So I can set this to verify if this preview function receive. Then I will then delete the file from the OneDrive. I can this is not mandatory, because when I create the file, you will be .html was the name of the file that I created. They will be forced to create again, and this is the flow that I'm going to use. So what is the requirement? If I go to pick the code here, I have mandatory. Whoops, sorry. I have mandatory that was warning create file content. So that only asks for one variable, and that is that I not create this correctly. And I did this is for this. Why? Because when I select these options, I'm going to close this to get the file. I click here and not ask for Power Apps. So how I can see the options? I have this option, see more. If I click, this is the right option. So when you don't see the option that we need to flow, click see more and this appears. So I need here, ask Power Apps, ask Power Apps, and ask Power Apps. Now I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 actions to get. If I go to pick codes, I have the required 5 actions. So this is the actions that I must pass from Power Apps to automate. I need to save it. Is save. I'm going to click in flow checker to check if the flow. Okay, I have to wait. Oh no, it doesn't save me anything. So I don't believe it. Client signature, edit. Okay, it was a bug. So flow second. Okay, if I change, it may break it. That is normal if I change the flow, but I go to save again. Flow second, and everything is okay. That is warning because I open in edit mode. Ricardo, we need to start the next session now. Oh, sorry, sorry, Michael. I'm going to submit. I'm going to end this demo quickly. So I want to submit this action. So to submit, I go to action, Power App, client signature. Is going to add trend. Now I need to pass. I'm not going to do this. I'm going to do this one. I'm going to pass the validation. So text input name, text is case sensitive. So if this not work, that because well, text date picker. Text input name observations, and now I'm going to write the JSON format, so to be quickly. And this is how I insert the JSON format. I will need to show pen signature, pen input dot image to get image. In this, I will go to call the image. So I'm going to start. So to Ricardo, blah, 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 observations. I'm going to sign everything, submit. You're going to act the flow, is not submit. And if this correct work okay, I need to go to the email. Fail to create a PDF. So everything not work good. If I have an app ready to go here. So to simulate. This was what I'm going to do. Name, signature, submit, and what is the Outlook? I already closed it. And okay, my web is, and this, okay, the preview version doesn't want to show the PDF. I'm receiving the PDF here. I have an attachment. This right here. And this is the final result. So because I don't have any more time, I'll move to the slides. Sorry about that. This was the demo that I was creating. This is the flow, the image. You can zoom it, and this is the flow. Because I don't have any more the demo, I cannot make the demo, the second demo. I can share the project and the slides if everyone wants. I can share it. We not put with answer because I don't have any more time. Sorry, I don't know if everyone has questions. So this was my session for today. How to sign up, what is the platform, how to create an app. I want to show much more about Power Apps, but I need more time. So thank you for the session, and Mitev, sorry because I'm occupied all the time.
Thank you, Ricardo. It was a very interesting session, but really we are a little bit restricted because of the timeline. And I would like to invite Dim Klutsanov, who is the next speaker.
Yep, I'm here. Okay, so I start sharing screens.
Yeah, please go ahead when you decide that you are ready.
Okay, I decide I'm ready. So, hello everybody, I'm Dim Chutsanov, and maybe I need to turn on my camera. So we're in this online world. So this is how I look. And first, thank Ricardo because you give a good start of Power Apps topic. And what I'll do now is I'll take the bow and I'll continue in the direction with Power Apps. And especially I'll do a I'll compare the two big, not the two big, but the two types of Power Apps: Canvas app versus model driven. What we should get, what we should choose when, how, what are the questions that we should ask before coding, right? So this is the idea of my presentation. Of course, before all this, definitely we need to say thank you to Microsoft, to the sponsor, and thank you to Mikhail about all this energy that he has about organizing events. So thank you, Misha. Let's see now what I have prepared for you. And few words about me. I start always with that I'm a freelancer. So from more than 8 years, I work as a freelancer, which means that I am a developer and I'm a consultant. So my background is primary SharePoint. So what I do best is SharePoint. In the past year, I start to moving to Power Apps and to the Power Platform, basically in general. So my latest project that I work with one Norway company, which is in the business of big cargo. This is big ships that move cars from Australia to America, for example. The project that I did for them was Canvas app that used SharePoint as a data source. So this was 3 months of development, the latest phase. And we have a talk with Microsoft Norway to validate the scenario and so on. And they give us one recommendation that definitely what we do according to their statement is right. What they can advise this project to go is to use model-driven app with common data services. So if you see my screen, basically we were at this stage that we implement this, and I will show you what we have here. And what they recommend us is definitely to think in this direction. And currently what I'm doing, because I'm 2 months off of project because of COVID, global economic situation and so on, I decided to implement the Canvas app into model driven. And in this way, to be able really to compare these two type of apps, because they have many specifics. And my personal opinion is that for small cases or for simpler cases, whether you use Canvas app or model driven, basically they will work. But if we go to a very complex case with different components, then if you choose the wrong type, it might be really a hell. So that's why, because I have the background of the Canvas app, because Microsoft said, think in this direction, do the assessment, is this applicable to your project? That's why I start investing time here, and that's the reason I choose this theme here for this event. I just wanted to show you my findings and what I think for model-driven apps compared to Canvas apps in the context of a real project, right? So this is why I'm speaking this, and hopefully I'll prove that you can trust me. So now the agenda that I have prepared is basically with 4 steps. First, I'll give you my general overview of how we should choose the right app. Then I'll describe about the scenario that I implemented, and basically I'll share and I'll show you fully working app. I'll show you a few of the aspects of the Canvas app implementation. And Ricardo, thank you for him that he covers many of the specifics in the Canvas app. And then I'll show you how the model-driven apps look like. And the model-driven app is not fully implemented. I start doing it. I start facing some challenges. So I'll explain about this. So this is the idea of the next 40 minutes. So this is the slide that you will always see when we speak about Power Platform. So this is what it is on a high level. But what I'll do now is, first of all, I'm focusing just on these two, Power Apps and Power Automate. And basically, Power Automate, I'm using it, but we won't see it, right? I'll show a diagram where I'm using. And I'm using Power Automate not in the way that Ricardo showed you. I'll be using Power Automate for messaging or to notify persons in their teams. So basically, this is our context. This is what this topic will be about. And now we have Power Apps. Okay, we have 2 options to get data. We have data connectors and we have common data services. And on the top of this, we have these 2 different apps. So the reason I have drawn here SharePoint and SQL is because based on my experience or the project that I have seen, one of the general approaches is using Power Apps is this one, is to use Canvas app that through the connectors reads SharePoint data or SQL database. And I think this is maybe the most common scenarios when we speak for enterprise projects, right? And especially, as I told you, my project was with SharePoint. The other way of building apps is model-driven app that reads common data services. So definitely, if you are not familiar with common data services, please watch videos in YouTube. Definitely, as Microsoft positioned this is not just a database. This is more than just database. And definitely, the feedback that we get from Microsoft, again, that because we have implemented these things, they said, okay, think about this scenario. So the huge investment of Microsoft is in this direction, but still using Canvas apps is very, very useful scenarios. And even without going in details, when we start thinking about which type of application we should choose, we need to have few high-level things in mind. And the first time is that whenever we speak for Canvas app, you have full control or complete control on your interfaces, in the same way that Ricardo showed. But when we start speaking about model-driven app, there we are very limited. So this is huge different. If the customers expect some nice looking interfaces that they have created, this won't happen with model-driven apps. So this is important. And again, one thing that is very important is the time. So Canvas app gives us a lot of functionality. We can design our screen. We can do this responsible, but we need to use a lot of formulas, and definitely the time for implementations go up. While in model-driven app, we have least customizations, but here the things happened more fastly. Of course, with the limitation of we are not able to customize the interfaces. So even before choosing of this, they are very different. But this is the point of view that I mentioned if you start from the UI. Basically, the huge differences is with the data. So, and what is the difference with the data? Well, let me go to here. Before even thinking of which app to choose, we need to have in mind the licensing, because one thing, this is very expensive, and it is, I would say, pretty much to buy a car. Yes, the question is basically what we will do with this card, but how much money do we have? Because we might want to buy a very expensive car, but it's not applicable for our company. So absolutely, the licensing basically is something we need to start with. And basically, this is my personal questions that I start when we discuss projects. So basically, I have these big projects that I mentioned with the Norway company, basically with its America office, but also I have some iteration on project proposals, and this is how I do it. So, and this is my way of asking questions. So the first thing, okay, people show us what they expect as an idea of their app. But that's, for example, we want an app to report issues. And when this issue is reported in the company, then responsible person in the different departments will work, say, with the starting point. But I always ask, okay, how many people are going to use this? Because if this app is built for the entire company, it's one thing. But if this is, for example, built for the department that have 10 people or something, then it's different. Because if for these 10 people, we can suggest probably model-driven app and the cost to be fine. But for example, if this is going to be used company-wide, and as in my case, adding additional cost on all 5,000 users was not acceptable. So this is very important. The next thing is, do we start something from scratch? Or no, there is a lot of previous data. And in my case, it was in SharePoint. Also in the another project, it was in SQL. So having data that lives in a different data source, that have all connections between the tables, between the entities, just all this to be migrated in common data services is another step in the project which brings complication. So this is important. And something that I ask, but I know it's actually sometimes people, not sometimes, but they cannot answer is what's the quality of your data. Because if you look how Microsoft describe model-driven apps is, if you value your data, you should pick up common data services. And I definitely agree with such kind of statement. But I would say this is part of the story. For me, if you value your data in the organization, you should make sure it is validated in a good way, which means that no matter if you fill it by a website or something, it has proper validation. You have processes to find if something is wrong. And good quality of data helps you in reporting. It helps you on artificial intelligence and so on. So just some data in a SQL might be a big help to move it in common data services. So this is important. And of course, with all this being said, definitely what currently the company has license. I mean, what kind of licenses do they have? This is the enterprise licenses, right? E3, E5. And basically, as part of these subscriptions, people have free version of Power Apps and Power Automate, which means that we can build Canvas app, we can use flows with all the enterprise connections, of course, and all this can be free. So, but again, if we want to go with common data services and they have these licenses and everybody in the company is going to use this, it starts to be a little bit tricky. So the licensing, at least for me, is difficult. I'm not sure about the other people on the call, but even the documentation is written. For example, what happened if I, yeah, I mean, what about the flow? If it use a premium connector, should all users have also premium licenses, or only the users that creates the setup and the flow? So they are specifics. So I cannot speak on these topics. What I usually do is I raise ticket to Microsoft and describe the case, just to be sure that I won't do a wrong math. And of course, at the end, before moving to show you the screens, is I didn't ask this question, but in the last proposal, basically people, we share screens, we discussed, and they said, okay, we want something in part of Office 365, and we have this of designed requirements. And they showed me something, now if I change the screen, something like that. And which was fine, right? I mean, it looks good. It looks in the context of Office 365. And if you're wondering how to build such kind of things, is there is, let me just close this. If you Google for Microsoft Fluent UI, they are definitely, okay, I didn't prepare the link, so let me use this Joker. Yes, I know we're speaking for our Power Apps, and now I'm going to another direction, but if you're a freelancer, or even if you're a project manager in a company, you should be able to build a good good requirements. And one way this to be good is to use good pictures. So if you Google for Microsoft Fluent UI, and you browse this site, you can reach to resources. And here you can download these files that gives you ready to use icons to build interfaces. So just keep in mind this. I found this very useful, and actually this makes the difference if you're a freelancer or something and you give a proposal. But going back to the context of the story. So if somebody gives you such kind of interface, well, remember, I told you model-driven apps have a specific UI frame, so you won't be able to cover this. So definitely, even on this stage, you need to explain to the people, look, they're conceptual different between these two type of applications. And if you expect to have nice looking things and everything to be as you give us, we'll need to go in Canvas app. And here the implementation time will be bigger. So are you able to accept that the UI is not in the way you have built it, to use what the model-driven app gives to us and get this more quickly? And I definitely can say that in the past projects that I did, we were in the situations that together we defined the requirements. So let me now switch and show you the app that I did. So this is my personal environment because I'm external consultant to the company that I work with. So as I told you, once my project was stopped because of financial things and global problems, I recreated the app on my environment, and basically the app is with limited functionality. Also, I hide some things that I think they are intelligent property and so on. I mean, I should not share them. But basically what I'm doing now is I'm in SharePoint. This is a SharePoint list. So people came here, they click one button, and now being in the context of SharePoint, I'm showing one form. So where is Power Apps? Well, the good thing is that Power Apps, and in this case, we are speaking for Canvas app, it allows iframing if you are in the Office 365 family, especially in SharePoint. So this is Canvas app. It can work as a standalone app. What means standalone? Well, you can have a URL where it's like that. So this is a totally separate URL. I can put it on another system. I can put it on a QR code somewhere, and people can browse it without the need of SharePoint. They can pick up, okay, I see an issue related to incidents, and I can report. Also, using a Canvas app, it gives us the opportunity to use the native app. So currently I'm on a desktop, but this is the Power Up app. You can have this as well on your PC, on your mobile. So Canvas app gives us the good way to, again, embedding iframe, have it as a standalone app. The model-driven can also be used in this native app, can be used as a standalone app, but embedding in iframes, yes, it works, but it does not give good experience. So there the question is, do you really need to embed this? But again, going to my scenario, this Canvas app embedded in SharePoint basically is an app that allows people to report issue that they see in the company in different aspects. It collects some information here about what happens, where this came from. You can attach some files when this occurs, and you can save. And when this saves, it goes in SharePoint list. It has a status, and automatically we read some responsibles based on configurations. And then this responsibles came in SharePoint. Again, click this button, or they use the native app. They receive notification on Teams. So for me, where Teams is not Teams, but Power Automate is very, very useful is, okay, let me show this picture. Okay, it's something like that. So I'm in a Canvas app. I do some reporting here. I submit the data, and it goes in a location, either in SharePoint or SQL. And then we can use the flow to be attached on specific events and to send notification to the people. So they receive immediately on their phone, an issue appears, go and take action. So in this scenario and this project, we use flow not to read data as Ricardo showed or to send data, but we use for notifications. Reading and writing data, we use through the connectors, through the connections. This is very different. So going back to what we have here, so when the person came to the app in any way, he can start filling data. And this is a huge app. So the two challenges that I have with my Canvas app here was, first of all, show and hide fields based on specific criteria. For example, see, if I change here the incidents, instead of this incident type, I'll show something different. So I will select risk. Immediately here appear different field. I can pick up some values here, and on a background, I decide who is the responsible for these issues. And I have a lot of this logic on the form. If I, for example, select, go back to source and select something like incidents and injury, immediately it appears a lot of additional fields. And this is an example how basically we have 150 fields in this form. And basically it was really hard to develop this form because all these tricks, show hide in Power Apps, Canvas apps is done through formulas, through the visibility of the field. So definitely this was a challenge. And the next the next big thing in this app is, okay, there are a lot of fields that people feel we show how something, but we also show contextually different sections. So again, I click on one item that is already completed. We see here the app is loading, and you may see that this takes, for example, 15 minutes, 15 seconds, 10 seconds. Well, this is maybe the maximum time somebody will wait for an app to load. So another challenge in a real case scenario when you use Canvas app with connectors, with SharePoint, with SixFlow is the performance. And performance is because we need to load a lot of different data. So something that I'll now directly show you is the diagram of what I'm showing you. So I have one list, SharePoint, but then I have another list that gives master data, another list that gives responsible. Even you can think for this for SQL tables. And what happens is whenever my app starts to loading, what I first do is I'm going and take the issue item. Then I see which facility is there, and then I take the facility item. This is another entity. Then I take if there are any responsible people. I need to know whether this have approval process, whether there are potential causes. And all this, even I think it is optimized in a good way, it takes time. So definitely going in real world scenario, this matters. I mean, it's not as easy as, okay, we have connector with SharePoint, work with it. No. And one huge difference is if you use Canvas app, and directly I see that I start to go out of time, but so I'll directly tell you something about model driven. In the way common data services is built is whenever you get your issue, you can very fastly get the facility and the related records in the other facility. And you can use it with the dot notation. So you have your object, you can click dot in the same as .NET framework. You can type facility, then you can click dots and you can get row 1. And this is done very fastly. So one very good example is when Microsoft says, okay, if you value your data, you should go in common data services. If you want to have faster app going with common data services, well, something that is done for you, it is optimized, is this thing. So you get one object, then you click dots, you get the other object, and this works fastly with a lot of data. So this is for me one of the really big difference as we are speaking for getting data and binding in the interfaces. So again, going back to my browser, so this was the case. And as I showed you, if you go through the whole setup, see how many fields there are with different requirements, plus we have some information that is hidden for specific persons. And here we are speaking the business critical solution. So if the people refuse treatment and he signed for this, this has a legal effect. So all this is very tricky. I mean, it is important not your signature not to be lost, right? Because this is legal stuff. But this hub that I'm showing you with all these sections, and all this is now, of course, related to the specific business process in the company, but it was implemented for 3 months. And basically just building the UI was the easiest part. The tricky part was to optimize this to work with big data. In SharePoint, there is one magic thing called 5,000 item. So if you go over this 5,000, you need to make sure to build indexes and such kind of things. Another issue was to make sure that, as I told you, whenever you have an issue and you want to get related data, you use the right formula. So I need to get this item, then there is a formula called lookup, or there is a formula called filter, and all this to get this data so you bind it in the interface takes time. But at the end, it was working. And again, high-level diagram of these things is something like that. We have one Canvas app form that I show you that use different lists. We use flows. So some people ask me, what is the right way to read data in your Canvas app? Again, it depends. In our cases, we use connectors, and we connectors to directly to SharePoint lists. You can use connectors to SQL table. Flow we use more for specific cases, like I get data with flow, but for a list that nobody have access to it. So here we have some tricky impersonalization. So in general, for me, Canvas app connectors are great. Use them. Be aware of what's premium or not, what's not. And if you need flow to get data, it needs to be something very specific and small. My personal opinion. Okay, so this is for the Canvas app and the real case scenario. So the question that I ask myself is how I could build something like that with Canvas app, with model-driven app. And directly to switch the screen is this one. So I'll refresh. Now what I'm showing you is model-driven app. So first of all, if you see, this is on a big screen. One note, something for me that model-driven app makes our life easier is the responsive design. By default, this is responsive. So if you go on a mobile, it resizes nicely. Yes, it's not the perfect experience, but I would say it's good and it is definitely acceptable. You might ask me, okay, but Canvas app is also responsible. Yes, but it is responsible if you do it with a lot of tricky formulas. So even as Ricardo showed, he was able to pick up item. Should you start from a tablet template or from a phone? In order to do responsive, and I have tried to do it, but it takes a lot of time, is I start with a phone template, and with a lot of formulas, I just make the screen bigger. But when you make the screen bigger, you need to calculate the new position of the items. It's really hard for me. At this stage, this is something that needs to be improved, and it will be improved for sure in the time. While here in model-driven app, you have this by default. So how all this was built? First of all, just to notice something. This is our somehow navigation. So here I can put some links, and basically links to my entities. So when we're speaking for entities, for example, issues is entity, facilities entity, basically this diagram that I just showed you. Also, something that I would definitely recommend to everybody, no matter you're freelancer, you're part of a team, build diagrams. Such kind of diagram is not big deal to implement, but it really helps you to understand the relation between the things. And I'll go to some specifics of the common data services. Common data services comes with a lot of predefined entity. And one entity that I'm pretty sure you always use is users. So if you are familiar with SharePoint, you can go in SharePoint list, you can click and say, I want field that is called person, people, and groups. And it automatically reads data from the Active Directory you have autocomplete, and you can pick up user from your company. Well, here, to achieve this, you need to use the user built-in entity. And the trick with common data services is you have a lot of predefined entities, understand tables, and of course you can create your entities. But it's always good to reuse whatever comes out of the box. And one out of the box is the user. At least at the beginning, I didn't realize I'll use it. And again, this is something I saw from one MVP. He builds diagrams. There's many free tools that you can use for building diagrams, but don't skip this, especially in model-driven app. Even if you think you know the entities, just draw them. My personal recommendation. And so what I showed you, as I said, I'm linking in the navigation of model-driven app entities. So whatever you decide that people will work directly with this, you can put a direct link. So in my cases, because we are speaking about app that is able to handle issues, an app that also for these issues assigned actions to different responsibles, I have just linked this for quick access to the people. So going back to my model-driven app, yes, this is what is behind the model-driven app. So I came to this. Okay, obviously I don't know my screens well, so that's why I'll grab this. So this is the navigation. And from here, we go to our entities. For example, if I now click issues and opportunities, I get something like that. And this is basically pretty pretty much the view. Here we can list different items. Obviously, I don't have much information, right? I have one item, but whatever currently I handle in SharePoint with the built-in views. So whenever you came here, you see some statuses, some color coding, you can filter on something. The same setup you can handle here with a view. Remember this is a view. Whenever you click on a specific item, you go to another screen where you can have tabs. So see what I say with here, you have different, not differences, but you are limited in the interfaces. See how here we have designed with the business users that they want in this way to collapse, expand, and to see what was in progress, what was completed. They see some specific things. And here in these items, I have completed the all steps, logical steps that came with this specific business process. While if you go to something that is still in progress, you will see, for example, just one section or two sections that are still in progress. And again, I have full control on this, but the formulas that you need to write are such kind of formulas. So it's really big. Maybe if there is time, I'll show you. So, but my point here is see that I have issue details, and whenever people complete this, I'll show the next one. While here, you use one of the way to use is to use tabs for different sections. Let's say you can have different tabs. Currently, I didn't implement this, but something that came out of the box in the model-driven apps is this nice things that shows you actually a process. And this is just configuration. Something that basically when I demoed this to developers, they got a little bit disappointed because, okay, this is really low code, right? The idea here is the things to happen fast and people not to write so much code. And the reason behind this is business to get their items fastly. So the business to get their app very fast and not to wait 3 months. And if tomorrow there is a need for small changes, not to write again a project, somebody to came and to fix the code. They can do it yourself. But all this limited the development. So basically here, everything that I have done here is just clicking. Do these settings, do these settings. And maybe I'll just show you how these things is designed, and I'll just tell you about the views and the forms. And I will stop the session because we are out of time. But my idea to show you all this is just to set the expectations, right? This is how it looks model-driven apps. You don't develop here, you configure. The small piece for development is if you want, you can attach JavaScript, for example, to hide and show such kind of tabs. But for example, if you want to make something required or not required, this is done, again, configuration on an entity level. So let me just first show you this maybe, because it is interesting how different it is from the Canvas app. In Canvas app, if you want to do something required, you need to do one big, nice looking formula. So I'll directly try to show you the formula just to understand what I mean between the difference of all this. So I'm now going to my app and see how many fields. Do you remember that I told you it's 150, around like that? So it's a lot. So if you go then in some of the fields, let me just see one item here. And no, this is a bad example. So let me use, I will pick up one control. I'll play with here with the settings. And I will came to the required properties. I hope I have picked up a really something that have a good formula. Okay, in this way, it's a little bit easy, but sometimes you have half screen formula how to do required field. While in model-driven app, basically, you deal with this on an entity level. So I won't go in details how you create your entities about the environments, but basically, if I go to my issue entity, there are things called business rules. So here, you create a business rule that you say, okay, if you have, if source field is set to incident, make required something else. Or set visibility to a field. See how different it is. Just to hide show things, you use such kind of designer. You create conditions saying, whenever my field is equal to something, I want to show. So here is the value, for example, incidence, and here the condition. Actually, this is the condition. Whenever something like that happens, and I use my presenting tool, okay, like that, then another action which tells me what should happen. And in this case, I want to play with the visibility. So I won't go in deeper, but again, just showing field or setting to required, you do such kind of things. You create a business rule. If you want to have on your screen such kind of progress, again, you configure it step by step. The writing of JavaScript is very limited. And to be honest, experienced developers are a little bit disappointed. So because they said, okay, I can write React, I know Angular. At the end, I end up here, and how I can express my skills. Well, again, if you go in the Power Apps and in the Power Platform, you need to be first consultant and then developer. You need to understand why this limitation and all these clicks basically gives you something that does not need to be tested. You don't need to write tests to make sure that your JavaScript works. And this is huge. So yeah, I'm going to end the session with just a few summaries. But for me, again, going back to the choose between which kind of app you should start with basically depends mainly on these questions about the data, about the experience, about where the data live. Because if you have a lot of data here, is it possible to move it here? Absolutely. But again, is the quality of data good? Whenever you fit to your entities, if there are a lot of empty fields and stuff, all this formula will break in your model-driven apps, all these interfaces that you build. So it might be more easy just to attach Canvas app and work with this. And this will be definitely cheaper, but slower for development. Model-driven app, definitely I am investing my personal time here. There are a lot of specifics, how to show tabs, how to make a field required. One interesting thing, and I will just take 2 minutes, but this is, I think, the most advanced cases is, if you have model-driven app, you might want to click on one link, and here, instead of displaying fields and entities that you have built in common data services, to show iframe that reads data from already created app. And the only trick here is that this iframe will show a page, but this needs to have single sign-on with Office 365. So you need to have server-side code, for example, MVC application that's do the single sign-on with an Azure app, and then people will get their data here in the context of the model-driven apps. And basically, this is something that I saw a project with it, and I think this is really the somehow win-win situation. You use model-driven app, you have some of the entities here, but the core logic, existing logic that you have is in a different application, even in a SQL. And your if interface has single sign-on here, you displayed it in the iframe through web resource, and then the people can use the data here. So I think this is the most advanced and interesting scenario that will come with model-driven apps. Okay, so this was definitely, I have prepared more, but as you see, my model-driven app is not completed, so we need a lot of time to compare this. So again, I'll go back to my PowerPoint. So choosing between this is tricky. And one question I have received, can you attach Canvas app here like that? And yes, you can do it. So you can even have common data services directly attached with model-driven app. And for such specific things you can build, you can connect here. You can build something as for a specific entity or something, and then you can display it in an iframe. The only thing here is I'm telling you, think about licensing. All this is very expensive. it brings value, but it's expensive. So make sure your clients understand this. Okay, so maybe this is a good point to stop. I have one icon for go to action, so just to show it. So this was something that I skipped, and if somebody have a questions, please shoot. But definitely thanks to Microsoft, thanks to Mikhail, and such kind of online events, at least for me, are valuable. So I hope all of you find something valuable. Yeah. So this is it from me. I'll check the questions. Yep. Okay.
Let's see. Probably we have questions, but
you know, the great part is when the speaker does not receive question. Is of course I explain it so clear. So thank you to all of you.
I do not see questions here, and also I do not see questions in social networks because we do streaming via YouTube and Facebook also for this event.
Great. Yeah, it's good that we have records, so people will find all this when they need it.
So I suppose that if there are some questions later, they can ask Dimcho via social networks or email if it is fine for you, Dimcho.
Absolutely. As I told you, currently I'm jobless. I'm learning. I'm not searching for a project, but feel free to shoot question. It's good. For me, it's interesting to see what people struggle or what try to achieve.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think that it is very important for many people who would like to start from one side and who would like to understand more, to be possible to ask some professional. It is not so often possible to find people with so interesting profile and experience.
Thank you.
Thank you one more time. And now I will invite Buriana Petrova. She will be the next speaker. Bobby is here in the call, so I expect that she will share her screen soon.
Hello. Who? Can somebody hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay, everything is fine?
Yes, we are waiting for the next speaker, Bobby. Buriana is here in the call. Just a second. So Bobby is here, and each moment she will share her screen. We hear you.
Привет на всички. Сори, ама аз предпочитам да говоря на български, защото съм скарана с английския. Гледам, че повечето сме БГ говорящи, така че надявам се да няма проблем за вас. Влизам динамично с Dynamic Arrays функции в Excel. То нашия български е полуанглийски, така че предполагам, че и чужденците ще се справят с нашия развален български. Две думи за мен. Бившо MVP за Excel съм. Надявам се скоро отново да вляза в играта. Сертифициран тренер, Mostmaster и основно се занимаваме с обучение и консултации в сферата на Office, Excel и бази данни. Поради тази причина Мишо ни покани да станем част от Microsoft 365 Developer BootCamp, така че надявам се сесията да е интересна.
Можеш ли да си шернеш екрана обаче?
Аз тук сменям силно слайдове. Очевидно не съм свършила хубавата.
Чудесно.
Добре, слайдовете ми отново само да видя какво виждате и вие. Виждате, предполагам вече. Така, това беше заглавния, да. Два слайда общо взето имам. Това съм аз в по-млади години и контента по същество. Много яки нови функции пуснаха Microsoft с Office 365. Обръщам внимание, че те са налични само единствено за Office 365, т.е. нямаме ги в версиите 2016-2019 или нещо подобно, само единствено за Office 365 работят и са налични общо взето от това лято. Всеки вече може да ги ползва, можете да ги достъпвате както в онлайн среда, така и в десктоп. Сега ще покажа няколко така интересни от тях и tips and tricks за използването на някои от тях. Култова функция филтър, такова чудо до момента нямахме при нас в Excel. Използвахме функционалност филтриране, но това не ми дава динамичност в анализа на данни. Имаме нова функция, която се казва Rand Array. Генерираме различни произволни числа. Подобна е на Rand Between, но тук говорим отново за Array функция. Много култова функция също Sort by. Тези са пак много интересни и приятни така напоследък за ползване. И съответно функцията Unique. Общо взето съм на принципа да кликаме повече, за да разгледаме така много интересни неща. Впоследствие ще кача работните файлове. Пак Мишо трябва да ми каже къде, защото аз малко не съм наясна. Така, започвам с следното нещо. Какво представляват Dynamic Arrays функциите в Excel като цяло? Значи в миналото старите версии на Excel, да го кажем така, работеха функции за array функции или за някакви области, които бяха доста трудни, доста complicated. Трябваше да се използват едни клавишни комбинации Ctrl-Shift-Enter, за да работят върху някакви големи диапазони или за да се проверяват каквото и да било в някакви диапазони, докато новите array функции са изключително приятни за крайния потребител. Не ти трябват заклинания и сложни клавишни комбинации. Сега ще започна първо с едно много basic нещо, което всеки един от нас, предполагам, ползва. Ще направя една стандартна if функция, като ще кажа следното нещо. Първо, решаваме, че това е някаква база данни, с която разполагам. Номерация на тази дата в тези колонове, съответните служители продават някакви телефони и това са им продажбите, например. И решаваме, че ще раздаваме бонуси за хора, които са направили някакви продажби над 5000 пари, ще го нарека, и ще кажа, окей, това ми е един if classic. Ползвам най-обикновена if функция, нали. Това е стария класически начин за работа с логически функции, примерно в Excel, и сравняваме съответно продажбите, по-големи или равни са на 5000. Ако това е така, казваме, че нашия човек ще вземе бонус. А ако не е така, казваме, че нашия човек няма да вземе бонус. Лесно, и съответно копирам си формулата надолу, и това е минуса до момента, нали, че ако по някаква причина моите данни се увеличат тук отдолу, тази формула няма да се апдейтне към момента. Значи просто ще добавя още един ред. Например, този последния ще го копирам и съответно виждате 9400 нещо. Тук не разбрах какво стана. Принципно да трябва да се разширява съответната стойност допълнително сама. Сега, къде е бонуса с така наречените Dynamic Arrays? Тук нека да направя една малко по-тясна колона. Сега, същото нещо, Dynamic, е това, че просто ще взема цялата област, не само да посочвам една клетка, ще кажа, искам цялата тази област да я сравня, дали е по-голяма или равна на 5000. Ако това е така, даваме бонус. Ако не е така, съответно не даваме бонус. Много бонус. Така, и само да покажа как изглежда формулата като цяло. За разлика от преди, не посочвам само една клетка, а подавам целият диапазон, който в нашия случай, обърнете внимание, все още е ограничен до 62 ред, но тук екстрата е, че натискайки Enter не се налага вече да копирам формулата додолу, динамичният if, който всъщност използвахме, ни разпространи формулата до съответния последен ред, който имаме. Сега, какво се случва тук? Аз в момента не работя с таблица, с table, с обект таблица. И за хората, които работят с Excel, знаят, че тази област съответно не е динамична. Ако си бях сложила данните в динамична таблица, то много лесно могат да се обновяват новите данни. И сега, тук показвам само, че обърнете внимание в лентата за формули, как в клетката, в която съм написала формулата, тя е доста видима, за разлика от следващия ред, примерно, който имаме. Вижте как седи по-грей, което означава, че това е резултат от Dynamic Arrays формула. Освен това, имаме една такава рамкирана област, нали? Сега, ако по някаква причина тук имаме някакъв текст, веднага ще получите новата култова грешка спил. Спил означава, че де-факто няма място къде да се разпространи формулата и обработването на това нещо е просто да изтриете било то space или каквото има в съответната тази област. Сега, имаме един малък проблем, ще го нарека. Тук ще изтрия тези неща към момента. И ще сложа тези неща, които имам в тази таблица, обект таблица, за която говоря. И задаването на обект таблица има един малък проблем. Самите Dynamic Arrays функции не работят под обект таблица, но пък работят с референции към съответната обект таблица. Така че сега ще направя същия if, който е Dynamic, но вижте, че допълвайки нова колона в нашата обект таблица, само да изключа тук тези филтри, допълвайки нова колона, тази Dynamic функция към момента няма да сработи добре. Ето как изглежда ситуацията. Казвам пак по същия начин, вземи тези данни и ги сравни дали са по-големи или равни на 5000. Ако това е така, ми връща бонус. Ако не е така, да връща no бонус. Слагам недостатъчно кавички. Така, ето какво се получава. Плутовия спил тук, както вече видяхме. За съжаление, тъй като самите table, обект таблица са динамична област, динамик функциите пък от своя страна не работят под ръководството на table. Сега, какво можем да направим по въпроса? Изтривам тук цялата тази магия. Ще прескоча една клетка, една колона с цел да не си направя таблицата динамична. Ето ви го новия вариант. Ще използвам референцията на самата таблица, но ще гледам самия Dynamic Arrays да не е част от тази таблица. И ето какво бихме получили в нашия случай. Казвам, сравни тези данни, дали са по-големи или равни на 5000. Ако това е така, имаме бонус. Ако не е така, нямаме бонус. Окей. Натискам Enter и виждате, че вече имаме резултат. Къде ми е бонуса, както се казва, да работя с съответно динамична таблица? Ами допълвайки нови данни тук отдолу, направо ще копирам тези, ще видите, че и съответния рейндж се увеличава, нали? Така че, ето, това е един от наистина привилегиите да работим с динамични области. Сега, следващото примерче, което ще направя, даже онен ден имах един клиент, който искаше да направи такива дропдаун динамични, казва се още каскадинг дропдаун, като, например, ако избера съответно даден град, да виждам служителите, които работят в този град като друг дропдаун списък. И за целта не помня той какво беше измислил. Всъщност стария вариант да направите такова нещо е да направите списъци, да наименовате областите, които съдържат тези списъци. Доста трудно се прави такова, така нареченото каскадинг дропдаун. Докато в съвременния ни вариант е много приятно и много лесно. И сега ще покажа всъщност как се създава това нещо. Значи тук ще избера, ще създам един дропдаун за клоновете, а тук ще сложа един дропдаун за служителите. Точно така се пише служител. Така. И първо да видим как да видя различните клонове, с които разполагаме. Нещо, което до момента не беше позволено в Excel. Един вариант беше, за да подбера уникалните стойности, които са по дадена колона, да си направим пивот таблица. Бонусът е, че е лесно, минусът е, че трябва да се рефрешва тази таблица и ако трябва Леле Пенка почне да го ползва това нещо, няма да се сети да го рефрешва всеки път, повярвайте им. Сега това, което ще направим, има страхотна функция, която дава списък с уникалните стойности и тя, да, се казва Unique. Само маркирам областта, откъдето да взима данни. И това ми е всъщност уникалните стойности по клон. За да направя дропдаун в случая, едно от нещата, които трябва да направим е да минем през Data Validation и общо взето тук си избирате лист. Сега, в по-олдскул вариантите аз бих предпочела тук в Source да може да се напише формулата, нали, да нямам такива допълнителни като вид помощни клетки с уникалните стойности на съответните градове. За съжаление, тук не ми е позволено това нещо, но пък мога да кажа, вземи тази област, която току-що създадохме, като посоча само единствено първата клетка от нея и след това има едно магично символче тук, хаштаг, което означава ползвай арея от резултата на тази формула или на тази клетка, която е динамична. Казвам ОК и съответно имате списък с различните клонове тук. Сега също нещо ще направим и за служителите. Равно. И съответно служителите ми трябва да са unique. Ето тези. И съответно виждате различните служители. Сега, едно от нещата, които имаме по тези служители е, че те са разбъркани и по никакъв начин не виждам аз дали кой откъде е, нали, от Бургас ли е, от Варна ли е, как са направени. Първото нещо, което ще направя, ще подредя хората да са по азбучен ред. Нова функция имаме за целта. Sort е функцията. И казвам, ето това са служителите. И виждаме съответните служители, които са подредени по азбучен ред. Сега, ако тук просто избера сортирам и филтрирам и служителите на базата на този клон, който си избрал, може би е хубаво първо да го видим отделно как изглежда и после ще го вкарам като резултат в нашия data validation в случая. И сега, значи какво трябва да виждам? Искам да гледам списък само на тези хора, но само за съответния клон, който е избран. Тоест, тук ще ми трябва някакъв вид филтриране на информацията и съответно имаме функцийка, която пък ми дава тази възможност. И казвам така, филтър, ето ви новата култова функция филтър, която в случая филтрирам тези двете области, тези двете колони, където критерия ми за филтър е в тази колона да пише това, което сме избрали тук във Варна. Ако не намери такава стойност, още един аргумент, ще върнем резултат no data, например. И синтаксиса общо взето гласи така. Филтрирай клоновете и служителите, където клона е равен на избрания клон от дропдауна. Казвам Enter и съответно виждате ето тук по същия начин списък с различните служители, които са в тази Варна. Сега интересното е, че тук търсиме само уникалните стойности, така че ако това нещо му дам един юник в началото, то ето ни го резултата. Съответно имам Варна, Ангел и Васил и ако сменим тук примерно Бургас, гледате Бургас, София, ето Пловдив, нали? Сега съответно това, което ние търсим към момента е да кажем на този служител да ми такъв дропдаун да направим, че да ми връща втората колона от тази получена таблица, нали, която имам. Сега, ако ползвам същия хаштаг, нека да направя това, сега малко импровизирам, искам да кажа директно. Лист и казвам от сорса, дай ми това нещо, само че ще сложа един хаштаг тук отново, което означава дай ми целият резултат, нали, от това цялото нещо. И той веднага ми се кара, нали, няма да стане тая работа. Съответно ще ми трябва функция, която да връща втората колона при така избрания Пловдив в случай. То е лист, то не е една стойност, трябва да са няколко, нали. Сега, за целта ще използвам една престара функция и тя е индекс. Индекс функцията ми връща област от данни, като аз на този индекс ще му кажа, сега като не си знам синтаксиса, ще напиша тук отдолу за по-лесно. Имаме два аргумента на тази функция. Първият аргумент е съответно тази област, вторият аргумент е редовете, които искам да ми върне. В случая искам без значение колко реда. А третия аргумент е поредната колона, от която искам да ми върне резултат. В нашия случай това е втора колона. Нали? Искаме да виждаме само имената на хората. Така, това нещо сега искам. Ето ви резултата, който ще получим. Това нещо искаме да го включим в Data Validation лист. И тази формулка си я пействам тук. Този път трябва да не ми се кара. Ето го. Имам Иван и Ани. Сега ще сменим на Варна. И съответно тук гледате Ангел и Васил, които са от Варна. Това са такива каскадинг дропдаун. Много по-леко се прави в варианта на Dynamic Arrays, отколкото в някакъв по-old school формат, който бихме могли да ползваме. Сега, аз тук ще си направя още място. И ще покажа още няколко магии, които са свързани с създаването на такива таблички, подобни на пивот таблиците, но бонуса им е, че не се налага да правим рефреш, а е достатъчно да се добавят просто новите данни и те автоматично се рефрешват. Нали? И така, нещо, което искам да направя е тип-осева таблица, която да ми дава списъка с различните марки и списъка с различните градове и, например, максималните продажби, които са продавани по марки и по съответните градове. Следвам отново тези функции, които са си unique, sort. Ще добавя една стара array функция, която се казва transpose и ще ползвам едни от новите така приятни функции пак, maxifs, с която ще проверяваме различните максимални продажби по клонове и по марки. И започвам с списъка с марките, като за целта ще кажа unique отново и ще хванем всичките тези марки. Разбира се, ще държим тези марки да бъдат сортирани. Така ще сортирам по азбучен ред марките. Следващото нещо, което ще направя, същото с клоновете, но този път държим те да са позиционирани хоризонтално. Когато кажа unique, на тези клонове, ще виждаме списъка с клоновете. Следващото нещо, което беше, е да ги сортираме. Sort. Последното нещо да ги позиционирам хоризонтално, от вертикално да ги заформя в хоризонталната, там ни трябва един транспоз. Транспоз си е стара array функция, но ето това постигнахме. Сега къде ми е бонуса? Тук някой от градовете, ако го променя на Каспичан, виждате, че автоматично се добавят новите ни данни, което е вау. Така, и съответно започвам да работя с функция, която да ми връща като резултат максимални продажби по зададени критерии. Критериите в случая са това са марките, това са ни съответните градове. И търсиме максималните печалби, съответно продажби. Ето как изглежда функцията. Култовите min, if, max, if, s. Те изглеждат последния начин. Първият ни аргумент е съответно рейнджа, който трябва да се връща като максимална стойност. След това вървят по двойка групи аргументи, като първият от тях, например, ще хвана градовете и ще кажа този критерий го търси в съответно ето този рейндж. Само че вижте, ако просто избера една клетка, това не го прави като динамична област. Ако маркирате обаче всички стойности, които са като резултат от този от тази Dynamic формула. Вижте как Excel сам ни слага този хаштаг в края. Същото нещо може да постигнете и просто сами да добавите самия хаштаг. Ще ви маркира цялата област, която беше резултат от динамична функция. Следващите групи критерии вече водят марките. Това ни е марката, където критерия на марката отново е ето тази Dynamic Array резултат. И тук единственото нещо, което трябва да направя е само да натисна Enter. Мега якото нещо за мен. Сега, разбира се, супер бонус. Добавям един нов ред най-отдолу. Тук гледам, че не съм си хванала хубаво рейнджа. Ето сега ще видите новия ред. Просто го разпъвам. Този него ще го сложим в Каспича. Този път продава Sony Ericsson тук. Ето вече имаме две стойности за Каспичан. Допреди малко имахме само една. Горе-долу това са някакви такива супер приятни, интересни и лесни неща, които можем да правим с Dynamic Arrays функциите. Нещо друго се чудя дали не съм ви подготвила. Да, например, искам да видя коя е най-високата продажба или да ми лисне по-скоро 5 най-високи продажби, като за целта, например, искам да гледам по този начин данните. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Това е 1 за най-висока продажба, 2 за следващата по рода си и така нататък. И ще ползвам функция filter и ще кажа, това ми е списъка с данните, където ми сравнявай същата тази колона да е равна на, ще ползвам една large функция. Тя работи с така наречения ранг и цялата функция има два аргумента. Първият аргумент ви е областта, в която да търси. Вторият аргумент е на кое поредно място е съответното число там, което търсим. Така нареченото К. Ако въведа единица, това означава, че числото е на първо място, т.е. най-високото. 2 значи, че е на второто по големина число и така нататък. В случая large ще приеме същата тази стойност, която е цялата колона и тук ще кажа, че търся ето го първото по големина число. И в случая какво казвам? Затварям един път скобата за large и още един път скобата за filter. И в случая съм казала така, и филтрирай ми продажбите, където тези продажби да са равни на най-голямото число, нали? Или второто, или третото подред. И казвайки Enter, вие ще видите, че всъщност, да, за съжаление, имам много повтарящи се данни тук. Виждам списъка с първите 3 числа, които към момента ми дава, нали? Които имам. Сега, друго интересно нещо, което мога да покажа пак от тази група, е да кажа, филтрирай ми, например, сортирай ми служителите, като им гледаш продажбите обаче. И в този случай ще кажа следното нещо. Имаме функция, която е sort by, т.е. да подрежда една колона на принципа на списъка на големината или там подредбата на друга колона. Та в случая ще кажа ето така, хващам тези 3 колони, например решавам, че ще гледам служители, марки и продажби и казвам, сортирай ми тези данни, като гледаме данните от колоната продажби. Какъв ред искаме да сортираме? В случая в descending искаме най-големите продажби да застанат най-отгоре, така че ще избера обратно броене и мисля, че това са достатъчни аргументи, за да може да ни даде някакъв резултат Само да погледнем тук отгоре формулата. Ето казвам Enter и вече виждате списъка с съответно стойностите, които са, вижте колко много повтарящи се данни имам. Мога да кажа, искам списъка да е уникален, разбира се. И да филтрираме по този начин всеки един служител с неговите уникални продажби, които са направени. Така. Да видя нещо друго, ако се сещате, може би е добре да питате, защото аз мисля, че това беше уауто, което можех да покажа и да разкажа. Сега сте вие, ако има нещо за питане. Ако се сетите по-късно да питате, това са моите координати и ще се радвам да се чуваме, да ми пишете или каквото там трябва. Ок, Мишо? Не те чувам, Мишо. Пуснахте ме по-рано, свърших по-рано. Това е.
Мерси много за презентацията.
И аз благодаря.
Доколкото разбирам, хората могат да ти се обадят директно.
Разбира се, да. Тук е само да си поправят телефона ми. Това е. Могат да ми се обадят директно, аз в петък пия уиски, през останалото време бира.
Благодаря ти за презентацията.
И аз благодаря, оставам на линия за всякакви въпроси. Всичко добро!
Имаме коментари, но не и въпроси за момента. Ще изчакаме до 4 часа за следващата презентация. Аз през това време ще шерна нашия евент. We are ready for our next session with Ekaterina Marinova. Ekaterina pre-recorded this session, but she will join us a little bit later for Q&A.
Hello, everyone. Today, I'm going to talk about powering artificial intelligence within an app. And actually, it does sound big, including also like the topic of AI, but I want to really show you a practical example of how you can even start today using artificial intelligence within the tools of Microsoft 365. My name is Ekaterina Marinova, and I'm currently an MVP for AI for Bulgaria. And just a short bio about me is that I started my career at Microsoft. Then I worked for a partner here in Bulgaria, Intellilink, and now I'm working in Raiffeisen, working on the data part of the digital transformation of the bank. So I'm telling you this not to share my career path. This is another topic that we can talk if you want, but because I managed the three perspectives of using technology tools as artificial intelligence, as machine learning, and so on, from the vendor part, so Microsoft's part in our case, from the partner and the implementation part, and now from the customer side. So how do we sell those products? How do we implement what we sold in the very beginning, which you know that there is a great discrepancy there. And then what did actually the client request? So it's a bit different. It's very different. It's very interesting. And right before this presentation, actually, I was going through the topic with friends of asking them how many examples of artificial intelligence do they know around in their companies, in their partners, etc. So I'll ask you to take the next 10 seconds and think about it. Hopefully you came up with something, or at least you related your examples to data and machine learning and IoT, things that are more common in our region. The thing is that we're indeed entering the era of data. So we're entering an era where if we go out on the street, there will be probably sensors measuring the temperature, the humidity, that are going to measure the traffic. Everything is being measured with the purpose of coming up with data-driven decision making, of course, which has to be based on the data points that have been collected. And based on this, and we came up with this big term, big data, that so many people are using, yet very few can answer like what is big data. And I always start my presentations with that. And I always ask my students at each and every class we have, what is big data? And I will not spend much time today because I actually want to show you in practice a few things. But when it comes to big data, we're talking about volume, we're talking about a big amount of data points. We're talking about variety. So a variety of sources from where these big data points are collected. Veracity, which is extremely interesting because this is the trustworthiness of data. This is a huge problem, as you know now with the COVID situation, right? Especially where the information came from, what is the context of this situation, etc., of this data, etc. Velocity, which is the speed of processing, and then the value of the data. So we might be collecting tons of data, but then for our hypothesis or for the thing that we actually want to measure or decide, this data might not have any value, which would be a pity indeed. And you know, those data points as data points and big data as term does not give us anything unless we combine them into information, unless we combine it into meaningful information and knowledge and wisdom. And this means that we're going into the era of intelligence where we are collecting data points, we are combining them together, and we're putting them in a greater context and even making a decision out of it. And we're talking about information proliferacy, where we have the data-driven decision-making, where we're now talking about agile, adaptive, a lot of technologies, auto-MLs and IoT, and how are we going to automate everything, and no people will be needed, etc., etc. So this is the information era, the era that we have access to a lot of data points, to a lot of information, but then we have to use it in order to build up our knowledge and in order to make our decisions, to be agile, to use the right technology, and to adapt to the fast moving world around us. And from there, we even jump to the era of artificial intelligence. And here is the big bang, right? So many people are asking, yeah, artificial intelligence is going to take over and so on. And what are we going to do with that? Well, wait, actually, is there AI somewhere? Where do we use it? What is AI? Is my vacuum cleaner on AI? Is actually AI some new project that's going to take my job? Who invented it? Who understands it? I need a person that understands AI. And then once we get the basic knowledge of AI, we're starting to question, okay, this is not ethical. Where are the rules? What is wrong with that, etc. So AI, it's a huge topic. It has a lot of dimensions. But the truth is that AI is human intelligence and actions that are invested in enough speed to process and machine memory and computing power that machines actually have. So if you get to the point of actually breaking down artificial intelligence into two parts, we get the artificial, we get the intelligence, and now try to explain those. Now, if you have the artificial part, well, you can easily explain what is artificial. And now if you go to the intelligence part, this comes a bit tricky. So what is intelligence? How can we explain intelligence? But the truth is that AI is put in the basis of human intelligence, our intelligence that's invested in enough machine and machine memory. So when it comes to the big concept of AI, often I asked about the relationship between AI and machine learning. Actually, machine learning is the implementation. It is part of AI. Again, it is our intelligence, our algorithms that we can use statistics to do, data science, and then invest in these machines, and then deep learning. So how do we leverage AI? We have to spot it. We have to choose the right technology, and we have to know where to use this technology and this knowledge that we are having. So if you think about few scenarios, we can spot using artificial intelligence in credit card transactions in a bank, and here you can think of yourself of your behavior analysis, and if another transaction is made in another country, this will be a detection of anomaly behavior, and there we'll have this machine learning. When we're talking about cybersecurity, again, we can be talking about anomaly behavior, fraud detection, then different IPs, or one IP conducting strange behavior compared to usual. Network intrusion, medicine, malicious behavior in services. There are so many examples that we can work on. Actually, in medicine, there are huge image recognition examples that are helping to fight cancer and helping to identify problems of people. And here it's a bit tricky, because actually the accuracy of the model and the accuracy of the prediction, as you can see, the profits and the losses are super different in the different industries we are discussing. So now we've spotted it, and then we'll have to choose the tool set. So, you know, when it comes to Microsoft, and we're a Microsoft event, we're talking about the AI platform. We're talking about the intelligent applications. We are talking about using AI to drive digital transformation. So we have the powerful tools. We have the built-in AI in applications, right? Teams, when you move around, and then you have this background at the back. And then we're thinking about the ways we can practice this in our organization. Sometimes we don't spot AI. Sometimes we just believe that it is there, but we've never seen any examples of it. And actually, my opinion is that it does not have to be hard. It does not have to be distant. It does not have to be deep technological, right? Big companies like Microsoft, like IBM, like Oracle, they're all aiming in making our lives and our worlds more pleasant and easier. And we see those AI builders, and we see those ML automates, etc. And for a person that is very deep technical, this might be like, okay, this is very easy, and this is not something that we're going to do. But then, guys, this is eye-opener for business people, and this is eye-opener and very, very easy for you to make a selling point. And do not underestimate it, because sometimes this is the thing that would change others' opinion about investing in further algorithm, investing in bigger development, and so on. Because in order to sell an AI project, in order to sell a data project, people need to see result, right? They need to see the short-term results that they're going to gain, and they need to know how to actually visualize this. Because you're saying some machine is creating, we're training an algorithm, and then you get your results, and with this accuracy, then we need to implement it. You know that this is a long-term initiative, and we need to reap what we sow. And as people that actually work with data science, with machine learning, with artificial intelligence, this takes a lot of time. And those tools are powerful, and they can make us prove a point, and they can actually make us sell our bigger ideas. So step-by-step approach. So now I want to actually start with showing you the, oh no, for that. So now I want to start with showing you how AI is integrated within the Power Platform of Microsoft. So for those of you who don't know, there are a set of applications within Office 365 that are combined. It's called the Power Platform. So we have Power. Let me show it again. Power BI that I'm going to show later with cognitive services. Power Apps, where we're developing applications, super easy. Power Automate, where we're doing the logical flows between applications within Office 365 and not only, and the Power Virtual Agents, which are the chatbots. So these 4 tools are very powerful indeed. And they can actually help an organization to kick off digitalization and to kick off automation, to kick off AI, and then to further prove the business use case and then find even more technological solutions that you might need. I will directly go, due to the sake of time, to the Power Applications, where you'd have the Power Apps, where you'd have the opportunity to create application for Canvas, for mobile, for tablet. And then here you can start with virtual agents, you can create your base database. And here, so you can directly start by creating an app from scratch or from your data, right? You can directly connect to your data source, your application. But this is not the purpose of today's presentation. I would actually go to this component called AI Builder. AI Builder within Power Apps and within Power Flow, it's also there, gives us the opportunity to excel using AI built-in functionalities for object detection, for text classification and extraction of certain fields, form processing, so having some kind of forms, I don't know, invoices or whatever you have. And then again, you have the object detection. So actually here we're talking about extraction of certain information about the business. And then we have this part of very, very simple prediction, right? And I'm a person that works a lot of machine learning, and this is actually the key subject of my work. I would rather use this tool for very fast check what I'm doing. Nothing more. I would actually go into only for piloting and proofing point. So you can go to detecting language, translation of text, text understanding text fields, and so on. A bit hard to translate from Bulgarian to English. Sorry that I have it in Bulgarian. Even reading out the business cards. Also, what you can do is you can compile your own models. Something that I've done for you today. I started by creating a model that would subject of object recognition, so image recognition. And this model will learn how to detect pairs. So if we go to editing the model so that I can show it takes some time to train the model. So this is why I'm going to actually show you the result of what I've done. Okay, so I can choose domain of my model and I'll go with general objects. Now click forward. And here I'm requested to actually say what kind of objects I'm going to look for. Here you can add apples, grapes, pears, etc. A lot of types of objects, but for the sake of simplicity, I'll do pear. And then I'm saying, okay, I want to look for pairs in my model. Then I click forward. Then when I go to the next part, I need to add some training data. And as you know, machine learning and also image recognition is based on machine learning. It's just working with images as a data set. But in machine learning, you have training and test sets. In the training set, you're actually, this is your intelligence part, right? You're saying, hey, machine, this is a pair. Then in the test side, the machine is like, okay, this is a pair, this is a pair, this is a pair, and then you ask, is this a pair? by uploading another image. And then it's saying, okay, based on the information that you've given to me, and I've learned that a pair might seem like this, this, and this, and then, okay, this is a pair with this level of accuracy of what I'm saying. So based on the images that I've already processed, this is it. So I've uploaded 17 pairs here. And what I need to do after I've uploaded them is I need to mark them, right? I need to teach the algorithm what's in this image was the pair. So as you can see, I've done some marking. Okay, pair, and then this is it with at least 15 images I can try. Okay, so I click again forward, and then I can start training the data set. And this takes a bit of time. This is why I'm not doing it with you. Okay, and then I'll go back to my model, which tells me like what is, to what extent I can actually use this algorithm to test whether an image is a pair or not. So I'll go to my desktop. I also had an example with Coca-Cola, but I think pair are better here because I have a pair in my house and I can actually show how it works with picture that I'm taking. Okay, so I'm doing a quick test and I have that with 92% accuracy, this is a pair, which means that the algorithm is saying that out of 100 times 92 it will be right. Okay, and then I click close. Nice. This is the easy way of going through image recognition as a topic. Okay, what we want to do is we want to actually create an application, and I'll say that this is my test AI power application, and then I could choose, is it a tablet or telephone? I'll choose telephone, and then I'll create an application. It's actually very user-friendly to create an app here, and I'm a graduated programmist. Actually, I didn't like it back then because it requires a lot of time, and I also wanted to. Then I established data science. So the thing is that here you can do very easy programming, and I can go to insert part, go to AI builder, and now go to this object detection. And when I go to the object detection, it will ask me, okay, you want to detect an object, but with what model? Then I'll be like, okay, I will use the pair model so that I can detect an object, right? Super. So this is very easy to show. I would actually go with the gallery functionality, not here. Okay, and I'll choose this gallery in order to store the information that I want to put there. So here, this item, and I will see. So I'll select the gallery here, and I'll go to object detector, and then I'll select grouped results so that I can see what's there. So as you can see here, this does not make any this does not make any sense. Sorry for that. I didn't mean to type it. So I'll start from the beginning here. Okay, so I select here that I will have this gallery as to be object detector 1, grouped results as the data set that's going to fill in this information. So here I would say that I can have this item tag ID, or I can have the tag name or the object count. So as you can see, I have 0 pairs that have been found with the object detector here. So what are we going to do with that? Okay, we are going to play it, right? So I go to uploading a picture. Now upload the picture. and then I'll have one pair. As you can see, it only this is a picture that I have marked, so I've only marked one pair. But let's try with a different example. So here again, this is information from the training set. Again, I have one pair. As you can see, if we add apples and grapes and everything, if we have a fruit bowl, it will detect the different objects. So now I have this on my phone. Since I've clicked File, Saving, and then as you can see, I have published it. It's Power Platform Community. So I have it on my home. I don't know if I can actually share my picture now, but I will directly do this with one new. Sorry, this is a bit slow for some reason. I'm also experiencing some network issues, but okay, never mind. The idea is that you can take any picture, upload it, and have the number of objects counted, and have the object recognition within several seconds. So the thing is that you can start proving your point of whether you need an object recognition, form processing, or whatever within your organization with very fastly creating such an app. And as you can see, if you start from the very beginning, again, test, you can, instead of like going with the object detection, if you want to, for example, show your company that there is a need of form processing, so you receive a lot of invoices and you want to extract some information, and there is some lady that is creating the manually typing the information from the invoice. You'd actually want to show that you can do this by using form processing from this tool. So from Power AI. Okay, looks like my connection is dead already. Okay, so these are the numerous applications that you might have in Unity. You have interview tools, you have cost estimators, you have PDF readers. So there are so many applications of Power Apps that you can check, and so many scenarios where you can actually see the different compilations and different capabilities of using AI. Okay, so let's go back to the presentation. Okay, here, super. So next, what I want to show you, and as part of the portfolio of Microsoft, another trail are the cognitive services and actually the APIs. So here we're talking about text analytics, we're talking about image search, text to speech, and all those ways we could use the artificial intelligence within the Microsoft portfolio. So we have vision, knowledge, search, machine learning, and so on. And also, as you know, for machine learning, we have, I love the Azure, the machine learning studio, but we have also Ultimo. We have a lot of opportunities, the notebooks, Azure notebooks that we could use in order to train our models. So the second example that I wanted to give today is the anomaly detection. And just for your information, anomaly detection is detecting different behavior, anomalytic behavior. So if we have, for example, if we're measuring temperatures and if we have degree of 1000 and we're outside, this might be an anomaly. Or if we have, for example, a lot of clicking through a bank account during the night, this again could be an anomaly if you're not entering your account during the night. And now, if we're going to be approaching the anomaly detection as a data science process and also as a service that has been offered from Microsoft, first, we need to know what is the question that we are asking. So what kind of anomaly are we looking at? Then the second step is what is the data that we're having and pick the right data. Then we're going to cleaning the data, which is 70% of the work. This is the dirty job. And then the modeling part. So based on the data analysis, really write the algorithm if it's time series data and so on. Evaluate and then deploy. So real world data has a lot of challenges, right? Raw data, variability, so many solutions that are there to help us out. Today we're going to set actually the grounds for this anomaly detector API that we're going to call that actually automatically selects the best previewed model from the model pool. And then actually see how easy it is to use it and to use it as part of the cognitive services platform. Just for the sake of the theoretical understanding, there are two ways and two methods of detecting anomalies. One is the badge detection, the second is the streaming detection. And when we're talking about, and you can test those online, but when you're looking at the badge detection, we are detecting anomalies throughout a batch of data points. So we are having the separate time range, and then we're using the request to go through the time series data, right? Through the entire time series data. And then the streaming detection is the one that continuously detects the anomalies. So we use it on the latest data point and we evaluate if this is an anomaly or not. We have to set lower and upper anomaly detection boundaries. Usually they are calculated automatically. We have the expected value, and then we have the upper margin and the lower margin of our data. For the sake of the demonstration, and also very often I'm using the data science virtual machines. So this is something that is quite useful from Microsoft. You have an entire world, data science world, where all the tools that you might need are prepared. So you have your R Studio. I'm working with R. You have your Power BI. You have your Jupyter. You have access to everything. So it's super easy, and you can create your data science virtual machine in 3 minutes, literally, and start directly working with data. So all the past technology obstacles that we were facing are now being challenged by this. I'll start by opening up the Azure portal that you can already see in my browser. So I've opened the Azure portal, and I'll create 2 resources. The first one will be for a virtual machine, data science virtual machine. As you can see, we can choose which one we want to build, and I'll choose the Windows one. And I will create a resource of what we've already discussed, a virtual machine that has all or most, if you want to be more accurate, most of the tools that you need for analytics and data science. So you have the Anaconda Python, you have Jupyter Notebooks, you have Visual Studio, Power BI Desktop, and so on. What you can do is you can directly click create, and then start with like choosing your subscription and resource group, and then set some like username, passwords, and then you can go to some configurations like the SSD, networking, etc., etc. So all the, we can go to the advanced options. So basically all the components that you would usually do when you are creating a virtual machine. Just this one will be with a preloaded, I need to fill this out, with preloaded data tools. So I've already created one, as you can see, virtual machine here, created for virtual summit. And what I can see here, I can see the disks, I can see the size of the machines, and then I can even, like, I can see the display cost, CPUs, RAM, etc., etc., and I can even resize the machine. This is actually pretty good action, because as you scale up, or as you do more and more within your machine and more algorithms or visualizations or whatever, you can be super flexible with this tool. This is why I use it. And also I'm with Mac, and Power BI is not supported on Mac. But never mind. So as you can see, I've already started the virtual machine, and before we go there, I need to do one more thing, and this is the anomaly detector API. And as you can see, we can go to anomaly detector again from the menu here and directly create it. We can choose our locations, we can choose the subscription that we want, the resource group, etc., and just create it. For the purpose of time, I've already created those things in advance. So here you can see the anomaly detector that I have pre-installed, and what I'll need, it will be the keys and the endpoints to which I will connect afterwards. So I think we're ready to jump to the virtual machine. So before we do that, this is how it looks. I'll try to scale so that I can switch windows in between. Okay, like this. As you can see, I have some files here. It's not a newly created machine. What was already here, you can see we have the Azure SDK docs. We had all the things that we discussed, the preloaded Visual Studio, RStudio, which is great that we have it here. I'm an art person. Then Jupyter, and you can directly start. Like once you've logged into the machine, you can directly start with coding or with implementing your algorithm. Okay, so what I'm going to do today is I'm going to show how you can use anomaly detector API with preloaded data, so to visualize anomalies using batch detection. And you already know what's batch detection from the presentation that I just did. So with this tutorial that I'm going to show you, we're going to find those anomalies, and we're going to use the time series data that I've already downloaded here, which is really the timestamp and the value. So this is the only information that I'm going to use for today. And please ignore the warning messages. I was trying to log in and activate my office as well here. So what we'll need to prepare, as you know, is the anomaly detector API, the virtual machine, or you can do it on your machine. It doesn't matter, just if it's a Mac, if you have a problem with the Power BI. And we need Power BI desktop. I don't know how many of you are familiar with the concept of Power BI, but as one of my students at the university says, Power BI, this is the Excel on steroids. So this is the tool that we use for visualization, and it's pretty good. I love Power BI, and it enables democratization or self-service BI, something that enables like really people to do more with the data that they're having. And today I want to show you how actually with such tools you can be as flexible as possible to manipulate the data to find anomalies even within its scope. Okay, good. So what we are going to do here now. So first what we're doing, we're going to upload the data that we're having. I'm going to the desktop version. No, to download, sorry. And I'm going to the example data that I already showed you. So while Power BI is doing the connection, I'm going to select sheet 1 where my data is, and then click load. It's very important when you're doing this to take into consideration the amount of missing data, because above 10% of missing data would most probably give you an error. And then you need at least 12 data points in order to start with that. Okay, so we have timestamp and we have value, as you can see. What I'm going to do is I'm going to now create a connection with the API connector, the anomaly detection. And before that, I'm going to just change the timestamp data type to text so that we can read it further with the code that we are going to do. Okay, so right now, in order to format and send the data file to the anomaly detector API, we need to invoke a query on the table. So we're going to the Power Query editor, and then we're going to new source, and we are going to create a new blank query. Once we've selected, we're going to the advanced editor so that we can input our encode here. So within this advanced editor, this M snippet is used in order to extract the columns from the table that we already imported before that with the timestamp and the value, and then send it to the API. What the query will do, it will create a table from the JSON response that we're having from the API, and then return it. As you can see, here we have a spot for our API key, and here we have a spot for the endpoint over here that we need to input. So I'll go back to the portal here. This is where I have it. And then I will copy the endpoint. Oh, sorry. I will copy the endpoint. Paste it here. Super. And remove one. And then I'll go to the API key, copy, and place it here. So once we do that, we just click done. Super. As you can see here, we have to select our table, and we'll invoke the function. What we see here is a firewall, so basically a security concern that we will need to resolve. So we go to File, Options, Settings, Option, and then go to the privacy of the current file and ignore it for the purposes of this. Okay, what we'll need to do now is close and try.
This is the response that came from invoking the API. This is the API response from the anomaly detector. What we'll do here, we'll go to the main Power BI screen, which you're already at, and we'll select the line chart. So once I select the line chart, then I will use the timestamp value here for the axis. But it's very important to not use the date hierarchy. It's extremely hard word for me, but to use it just as value, and you see how. So we want to do as values for this line chart. We want to take the upper margins, the lower margins, and the expected values that have been calculated by the API. So far, so good. So now what you can see is the different dates here from the timestamp and then different values. Super. So now we want to display the anomaly data points. This is the purpose of today's exercise and today's demo. So what we'll do, we're going to get to the value variable here and then create a new quick measure. So on the screen that will appear, we'll go again to the value and then select filter value. So we're going to use the sum of the value and then filter by is anomaly and then set it as true. Super. What we'll also need to do is set the x-axis to be categorical. Great. So right now, we would like value for true, which I did remain, but this is the anomalies. We want to display the anomalies. So since the table is not that clear, what we're going to do is I'm going to set for the anomalies a red sign, for the expected value yellow one, for the lower blue one, and for the upper gray ones, so that you can see even now I can just go to the grayscale with the others so that we can see that only the red ones are the anomalies that have been identified. See, let's just change the title of this one, anomaly, so you can see the identified, and then you can go to the point in time. We did this as category so that you can see different days and different timestamps and see where the anomaly occurs. So this is the second demo that I've created in order to show you how you can import and do this anomaly patch detection with Power BI and with very simple timestamp and value data that you are having.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time, and let's get connected on LinkedIn if you have any questions.
We are ready for the next speaker. Next speaker is Ivan Donev. Ivan Donev is well known, not only in Bulgaria, but also in many other places. So welcome, Ivan.
Yay, thanks. Okay, so I'm unmuted. I have to be sharing my screen already. So let's just dive in. Okay, I see a couple guys that do not speak Bulgarian, or Ricardo is offline, so I guess I can switch to Bulgarian. Здравейте. Ако има някой, който не разбира какво му говоря, не знам, но мисля, че гледайки кой участва, всичко трябва да е наред.
Както знаеш, всичко се записва, така че избора е твой в края на краищата, дали искаш да остане записано на български или на английски.
Ще го карам на български. Предния път го направих на английски, ще го редувам така. Добре, ами имаме още 3 минутки, не знам да изчакаме ли да започнат или...
Зависи от теб най-вече.
Ами ще изчакам 3 минутки още и почвам в И15. И то май направо се стана и 15.
Да.
Здравейте. Аз съм Ванката. Предстои май да закрия събитието днес. Признавам си, покрай разни срещи в работа не успях да се присъединя към останалите презентации, но съм сигурен, че са били супер яки. Дано сте успели да ги видите. Сега не знам аз за десерт ли съм, надявам се да съм за десерт, да успея да ви покажа нещо, което не сте виждали или ако сте го виждали, поне да така да успея да разсея някакви облаци, ако случайно са останали в главите ви покрай тези 2 фичера, за които искам да говоря. И по-конкретно в контекста на Power BI, как да персонализираме визуализациите или по-скоро как да оставим потребителите да визуализират, да сменят визуализациите, без да трябва да редактират самите репорти и как да използваме ефективно перспективите, като разбира се това, което съм написал на слайда да не е нарочно. Изял съм една чертичка, мисля, че на пъто и е станало О. Говорим си за Power BI перспективи. Не съм сигурен колко от вас идват от света на анализи сервисис и са се занимавали с перспективи там и дали въобще правят паралел между двете. Всъщност дали има паралел между перспективите в Power BI и анализи сервисис, ще видим накрая. Като цяло това ще е моята сесия днес. Преди да започнем, разбира се, цялото нещо се случва благодарение на спонсорите, абсолютно безплатно събитие. Да, изключително много безплатни събития има напоследък. Сигурно е доста трудно да си избирате на какво да дойдете, на какво да слушате, как да го слушате, но пък хубавото е, че те се записват и в крайна сметка каквото ви харесва, това може да използвате от всички тези онлайн ивенти. Така, аз, както ви казах, ланката MVP от тази година прясно. По-настоящем от 1-2 месеца се подвизавам в най-новия екип за Data Platform в България, може би най-новия на Световната банка. Доста Data Platform колеги имаме, ще продължаваме да растем, така че kind of exciting. Аз със сигурност ще имам нови неща да се вдъхновявам и да споделям с вас под формата на разни вебинари, презентации, пък дай си Боже и на живо набира един ден. Днес ще ви говоря конкретно за Personalized Visuals and Perspectives в Power BI. Защо са те толкова важни? На първо място, защото позволяват на потребителите, без да бъдат с Edit Permission или Contributor Permission в Workspaces, да променят някои от визуализациите. Разбира се, имат лимитирани capabilities, ама най-после няма да се налага да правите нов репорт, защото шефа на съседния отдел много държи да има табличка вместо, например, някакъв бар чарт или обратно. В същото време пък цялото това Personalized Visuals като функционалност може да бъде доста объркващо. Така че изключително ефективно трябва да се използва и да се борави с един допълнителен фичър, който дойде в Power BI, това са перспективите. Тези двете неща трябва да се ползват задължително заедно. Това е моето мнение, моят опит към този момент. А защо? Ще видите, надявам се, в следващите 30 на 35 минути. Като слайдове, не съм ви подготвил слайдове, ама то няма и какво да ви подготвям. Реших да направя изключително демо-only сесия, така че да се възползвате максимално от това, което виждате, вместо просто да минавам през разни слайдове, които така или иначе вече ги има като документация. И 100% демо, към което мисля да мина сега. Първото нещо, което искам да ви покажа е всъщност какво точно представляват това нещо Personalized Visuals, защо е толкова важно, как да го използват крайните потребители. Това ще бъде в началото, после искам да ви покажа пък как да го настроите и за какво да внимавате, когато го правите в Power BI Desktop и не само в Power BI Desktop. Тук за тези два фичера ще трябва да се използва и Tabular Editor в малко по-особена форма, така че stay tuned. Първо, какво е Personalized Visuals? Имаме сега един такъв репорт. Не е нищо особено този репорт, но е споделен с хикс на брой потребители и един от най-честите сценарии за корекции на репорти, поне в моя опит е, това може ли тук да го видим малко по-различно, например като таблица, при което стандартният сценарий преди Personalized Visuals беше, правим копия на репорта или правим някакви bookmarks или правим някакви други еквилибристики, които като цяло утежняват самият репорт. В случая обаче, откакто дойде Personalized Visuals, тук горе вижте има една иконка, ето тази, която ви позволява да направите следното. Всъщност, нека да го персонализираме този visual и вместо Visualization Type, Line and Stack Chart, нека да използваме, примерно, таблица. И нека тази таблица да има следните стойности. Value, Order Quantity, Line Total, ама аз много искам да имам и, да речем, Customer. Ето. Тоест, аз не само мога да сменя как изглежда визуализацията, но мога да добавя и допълнителни неща, като колони от моя дейтасет. Имам достъп до целия дейтасет, който са ми позволили, нали, с който са ми позволили да оперирам. Как го разбирам това? Ами, вижте, ето тук има едно нещо, което казва така: You are viewing a subset of your data called sales details. Или аз съм казал на потребителя: добре, да ти можеш да се го персонализираш, обаче искам да се го персонализираш само в контекста на полетата и дейтасета, който аз съм кръстил Sales Details. Това обаче не е самия дейтасет, това е перспектива. Запомнете го, после ще ви обясня в детайли какво е перспективата. И сега, в тая перспектива Sales Details аз съм включил само тези полета и ето вижте, за това мога да се избера Last Name. Ако не бях направил това нещо, тук ще да виждам всичките полета от Customer, всичките от Product, всичките от Order Detail, Order Header и така нататък, и така нататък, и така нататък. Тоест, нещо, което потенциално би объркало адски много потребителите. А и имайте предвид, че това са 4 таблици. В Real Life 4 таблици, ако направите модел, сте изключително големи късметли. В повечето случаи отиваме на 20, 30, 40, 50, може би и повече таблици. Така че това е доста ефективен начин да контролирате какво и как ще бъде кастомизирано от крайният потребител. Така, какво друго може да правим тук? Освен да си добавяме полета, може да сменяме и отчасти агрегациите. Например, искам да си добавя пак от Order Detail, Order Quantity, само че вместо този път да е сума, искам да го сменя да бъде Average. И може да видите как дори мога да добавям и до някъде енхансвам самата визуализация според това, което на мен ми трябва. Разбира се, това е изключително basic. Тук не може да добавите нови межери, тук не може да сложите някакви допълнителни неща, които искате да виждате. Или пък може, не знам, ще видим, като всяка почнем да настройваме. Но като цяло Personalized Visuals е това като experience. Хубавото е, че в момента, в който сме персонализирали тази визуализация, този репорт, минем да речем някъде другаде и се върнем обратно на него. Ето, ще се върна обратно на този репорт. Беше ето този. Имайте предвид, че не го запазва. Сега, ако персонализираме нещо, ето така, бяхме добавили още, какво бяхме добавили? Last name, бяхме добавили и Order Quantity, само че Average. Така. Искам цялото това нещо в момента да си го запазя, така че следващия път да го виждам. Ето тук отгоре може да си направите Personal Bookmark. Този bookmark ще бъде само за вас с конкретно изглеждащата визуализация. Тук. Примерно, айде сега ще добавим нов bookmark, ще го кръстим Sales Report Optimized as Table and Average Quantity. И мога да направя този Personal Bookmark като Default View. Запазвам го и айде сега пак да отида на някой, излизам от репорта и ще вляза отново. Ето, вече ми зареди това, което последно съм оставил, защото ми зареди Default Bookmark. Ако случайно искам да се върна към оригиналната версия на репорта, просто ресетвам и това е оригиналният репорт, така както сме го публикували. Окей, сега, това е Personalized Visuals. Personalized Visuals се enable на ниво репорт и се комбинира задължително с перспективите. Сега, как се случва самото нещо с enablement-ването? Първо, трябва ви, аз в момента работя с октомврийската версия, в която Personalized Visuals са вече извън превю, т.е. Generally Available. Второто нещо, което е супер важно и откъде всъщност идва възможността да използваме Personalized Visuals и перспективи, Това е от Extended Metadata Storage формата. На практика, това, което програмната група е направила, взела Analysis Services Tabular Object модела и вече го е направила едно към едно с Power BI. Това е Extended Metadata Storage. На практика, с това нещо, долу като engine, дефиниция на обектите, на кубовете, на моделите, имаме едно към едно парите между Analysis Services, Tabular, Azure Analysis Services всъщност и Power BI, което е супер ключово. Преди имаше много голяма разлика и някои неща, които можете, примерно, да правите в Analysis Services Tabular, не можеше да се правят в Power BI въобще. Сега обаче, като се изравниха моделите, функционалностите започват много бързо да кетчъпват. И една от първите, всъщност днес ще ви покажа две, ако остане време, това са транслейшените и перспективите. Сега, до тук добре. Първо, как да се върна обратно на това, как да направим Personalized Visuals, как да го enable. Това се случва през Options, Data Source Settings, глупости говоря, Options и всеки един репорт трябва да го направите индивидуално, да може да бъде персонализиран. Това по подразбиране, като правите нов репорт, мисля, че не е включено. Тоест, per репорт трябва да бъде направен. След като цъкнете ето тази отметка тук, Allow Report Readers to Personalize Visuals. Всяка една от визуализациите, тук и се появява ето тази иконка, която показва, че this visual can be personalized by report readers. Към този момент все още, или поне аз не съм видял, не можете да изключите персонализацията. Включили са го, добре, чудесно. Може да изключите персонализацията на този конкретен визуал, което автоматично означава, че той е сейф от това потребителите да го променят. Значи, две нива на контрол. Първото ниво беше на ниво репорт, второ на ниво визуализация. За момента всичко се прави на ръка. Така. В момента, в който го включите това и пуснете и публикувате даденият репорт, автоматично потребителите, като го персонализират, ще виждат абсолютно всичко от ето тук. Виждате ли? Last name, middle name, колко много колони имам на customer. Включително някои, които може би не служат за персонализация. Може да има колони, например name style или modified date, които ги искам в модела, защото ги използвам, но не искам моите колеги, които са report readers, да ходят да си експериментират с тях и да правят някакви сложни еквилибристики, като например, ако тук имам някакво ID, да взема да им отворя вратите и да почнат да слагат, да направят таблица с всяко едно от ID-тата, с индивидуалните редове, което да ми отрепе целият модел. Тоест, тук трябва да се мисли и какво точно може да се включва и къде да се включва. И от гледна точка на перформанс. Така, нека сега да направим в, примерно, Sales Order Detail, ще направя един Custom Measure. Ще го направя един Quick Measure, да видим. Си избера нещо, примерно Average пък категории. Категорията ми искам да бъде Customer. Company name, а пък Order Detail, искам да взема Order Quantity. Просто някакъв measure. Само че това иска да го правя в другия файл. Чакайте. Отварям си не който вече съм го оптимизирал, а този, който е чисто нов. Така, Sales Order Detail, искам да направя въпросния нов measure. Така. за да мога в последствие да се опитам да лимитирам и да видя дали мога да го вкарам в перспектива, така че когато разреша дадена визуализация да бъде модифицирана, да видим дали ще мога да го включа само него. Така пък бих евентуално могъл и да контролирам какви межери, какви калкулации правят моите потребители върху визуализациите. Така, тук имам две визуализации, виждате. Сега обаче самият ми репорт като такъв, вижте как аз сравнително добре съм се опитал да го структурирам, обаче тук има и карти, които вземат точно определено място, имат точно определена функция и аз въобще не искам те да бъдат персонализирани. Затова ще изключа Personalized Visuals на тази и на тази. За да ми изглежда по-добре в последствие репорта, какво мога да направя още? Тази също, защото съм обвързал с една друга функционалност, която ще ви покажа след маничко. И до тук искам да оставя само ето това да бъде кастомизирано. Супер. Запазвам се репорта в този момент и продължавам нататък. Второто нещо, което искам да направя е, когато този репорт тръгне да бъде кастомизиран, да не се виждат всичките полета тук, а да се виждат само някои определени. Или да направя перспектива, която да приложа върху дадената визуализация, върху дадения репорт. Това как се прави? Това се прави благодарение или посредством на Tabular едитора. Или Tabular едитора, той, че е open source и е безплатен, предполагам вече сте достатъчно запознати с него. Но откакто в септември месец излязаха External Tools, Tabular едитора може да се връзва, да се стартира директно от Power BI и да се връзва директно към модела на Power BI, това, което виждате като dataset във вашия репорт, и директно да редактирате отзад Tabular структурата. Което преди не беше дори съпортвано. Беше възможно, но не беше съпортвано. Сега вече е възможно и е съпортвано и е изкарано през External Tools. Как да покажете External Tools? Ами в общи линии просто трябва да си вземете последната версия на Power BI Desktop и да вземете последния Tabular Editor и да си го инсталирате. Тук може да си инсталирате и ILM Toolkit, и DAX Studio, последните им версии всъщност и на модел документъра. Всичките са open source, просто взимате последните им версии, инсталирате си ги през Exeto и те работят. Как работят External Tools? Сега няма да говорим, защото няма да има достатъчно време да го покрием всичко. Нека да ви покажа сега как се работи с перспективите. Стартирам се тук Tabular едитора. Виждате, той директно се връзва към анализи сервисиса. Ако сте си играли да се връзвате в по-старите версии към анализи сервиси с модела на вашия Power BI, нещата изглеждат долу-горе ето така. Един workspace, един GUID и така нататък и така нататък. Сега, тук искам да направя перспектива. Сега вече имам две. Дайте си ги изтрия. И ще направя нова. Тази нова перспектива ще бъде Sales Data перспектива. И перспективата всъщност какво представлява? Тя не представлява нищо друго, освен събсет от полетата и межерите, които вие вече сте дефинирали. Как се добавят полета и межери и така нататък? Ами, нека да се разпъна Product таблицата. От Product таблицата искам да имам Product Name, Color, Size и Weight, например, или List Price. Ще им дам Show in Perspective. Така. В същото време отивам на Sales Customer и искам да виждам, да речем, само Company Name. Така, и от Sales Order Header не искам да виждам нищо, затова мога директно просто да не включвам нищо, а от тук искам да включа само и единствено ето този custom measure, който аз съм направил. Така. Сейвам се това нещо в модела. Така, това е този репорт. Отивам да го публикувам. Така, публикуваме тук. И се връщаме в моя workspace. Ето това е репорта. Вижте как на тези двете и на това третото, което е бар чарта, няма абсолютно никакво Customize Visuals. Но тук имам. И това, което виждам, пак виждам всичко. Ето тук е втората част от конфигурацията, в която трябва да отидете и да кажете, ами всъщност този пейдж, трябва да си изберете пейджа, се забравям, че дабл клик прави Q&A. Така, отивате си на репорта, ето канал отдолу, може да изключите или да включите изцяло персонализацията в пейджа. Ако е включена персонализацията, то може да изберете, когато се персонализира, срещу коя перспектива да се персонализира. Тоест, това тук ще покаже само нещата, свързани с Sales Data, които сме решили ние да покажем. В същото време, аз ако реша това по някакъв друг критерий да го персонализирам, но да включа и други полета, няма да мога. Така че много добре внимавайте как си комбинирате визуализациите по пейджовете. Така, решаваме, че сме готови. Това е втората част от конфигурацията. Направили сме си я, публикувам си. Така. Replace. Добре. Тук един бърз релоад. И персонализацията работи. Виждате ли? От Customer виждам само Company Name, от продукта виждам Color List, Price Name, Size, Weight. Сега вижте обаче нещо много интересно. Ако аз съм направил визуализация, която съдържа полета, които съм скрил от перспективата, аз оригинално мога да ги виждам, но после не мога да ги избирам. Тоест, ако тук си смена на Table, все още виждам Order Quantity и Line Total, обаче в момента, в който искам да речем да го добавя още веднъж, защото не ми трябва сума, ами Average, както ви показах в началото в първия сценарий, вече не мога да го направя. Мога да си избирам само и единствено това, което съм решил да включа, и това са ето този measure. Average quantity per какво беше? Per company name. Та. Перспективите са за това. Много ми е интересно, защо не ми показва тук, че използвам само Sales Data. И ако смена... Не знам. Нещо интересно става. Така, я чекайте сега това примерно да го махнем. Това да го махнем. И в легендата да сложим, примерно, Company Name. Не е най-доброто нещо, което мога да направя като визуализация, но виждате, така работят нещата. Ако искам да ревъртна, ето, ревъртна. И отново мога да работя с тези неща. С перспективата, която съм направил. Добре. Това е като цяло функционалността. Освен леснотата на потребителите и въобще отварянето на едни хикс на брой сценарии, които вече ви позволяват да правите генерални репорти и да оставяте потребителите сами оттам нататък да модифицират, е изключително важно, изключително полезно и изключително голям enabler и offloader за вашите BI девелопери или за вас като BI девелопери. Второто много основно нещо, което перспективите ви дават, е вместо да разрешавате edit permission, в които потребителите да могат изключително лесно да вземат един добре оптимизиран репорт и да направят каша с него, защото много искат да видят детайлните редове, примерно продажба по продажба, поръчка по поръчка, все едно е Excel, и да ви отрепат анализи сервиза, това вече не е проблем, защото вие може да пуснете персонализацията, да махнете edit permission или contributor permission на въпросните хикс на брой потребители и да им разрешите само да използват определени межери, които вие контролирате като производителност, като код и така нататък. Да, най-вероятно ще трябва да направите доста межери, това е факт. Най-вероятно ще трябва да най-вероятно ще трябва да направите за всеки един межер, примерно min, max, average и sum и count, може да се наложи, но пък в същото време може рано или късно да използвате и calculation групите. Защото, между другото, в момента, в който е отпушен analysis services модела или extended metadata модела, calculation групите са, мисля, че въпрос на време. Признавам се, че напоследък не съм следил как точно се случват нещата при тях, но нищо чудно и вече да са в превю или да са налични под някакъв начин в Power BI. Това е Personalized Visuals и перспективите. Сега, какво може да правите с тях и те могат ли да бъдат ползвани другаде? На първо място не могат да бъдат ползвани в Excel. Ако се връзвате към дейтасетовете си в Excel, се връзвате към целия дейтасет, не към конкретна перспектива, което е различно спрямо анализи Services Tabular. В анализи Services Tabular, като се връзвате към инстанция и база, се връзвате и си ви пита и ви показва и перспективите. В момента интеграцията Get Data from Power BI Dataset в Excel, това нещо го няма. Трябва да го имате предвид. Може би в един момент ще дойде. Какво друго? Нещо, което открих по малко страничен път, но благодарение, покрай перспективите, благодарение на Tabular едитора и Extended модела, вие може да правите и транслейшени. Какво са транслациите в Power BI? Транслациите са ето тези таблици и полета. Ако браузъра ви е с език, примерно български, и полетата имат, и модела има translation български, те в уеба ще излизат на български, ако е на английски ще излизат на английски, въобще на какъвто и искате translation, какъвто и translation да имате, те ще зареждат от него. Как се правят транслейшените? Отново, това между другото е optional, просто ни остава време така като гледам, още 10 минутки имаме, ако не се бъркам. С персонализациите и перспективите приключихме, както виждате, pretty straightforward. Минавам сега на транслейшените, те се правят изключително единствено и само през Tabular едитора. Ето виждате, тук имате translations. Мога да си направите нов translation. Сега ще намеря Bulgarian. Надявам се. Да, ето го. За да го редактирате, трябва да я хванете и да го експортнете. Примерно, тук имам един JSON. Така, този експортнат JSON файл представлява следното translation. Как се казва моделът, как е името на таблицата, някакъв description на въпросната таблица, име и така нататък, и така нататък, и така нататък. Вижте ги всяко едно от тези полета. Това, което аз мога да направя е да напиша на български така, продукти. Това са всички продукти на нашата фирма. Всяка една от таблиците има едно такова вътрешно поле, което няма нужда да преименувате, оставяте го по този начин. Променяте и транслирате само полетата, които искате да използвате. Сега продукт ID няма за какво да го транслираме, но можем да на продукт, номер на продукт, размер и така нататък, и така нататък, и така нататък. Запазвате си го този файл и следващото нещо, което трябва да направим, е да си го импортираме обратно. Import Translation. Това е translation-а, override existing, ignore, импортираме го. Мисля, че се го импортира. Запазваме и от този момент нататък, в който публикуваме нашият репорт, този Sales Report, и заредим браузър, който е или в локал, който е български, полетата тук в продукт, това ще се казва продукти, а тези неща тук ще излизат като име на продукт, цена на продукт, цвят и така нататък, и така нататък. Което е изключително ефективно в сценариите, в които имате потребители, които искат да виждат полетата в съответния си локален език. Това е различно от транслация на самите стойности. В анализа Services Multidimensional можеше да се транслират самите стойности. Примерно името на продукта да го имаме на 5 различни езика и там да кажем, ами всъщност ако ще взимаш името, ако си във френско говорящ, вземи от ето тази колона, ако не ето тази колона и така нататък. Това в Tabular го няма. Не е ясно и дали ще го има скоро. Така че транслейшъна важи само за имената на полетата и имената на таблиците. Което между другото не е малко, защото доста може да улесни или пък да направи експириенса много по-удачен и удобен за крайните потребители, а не примерно те да си го използват на български, а пък отстрани да виждат само имена на английски. Разбира се, трябва да добре да се постараете да преведете всичко, няма да е лесна задача, тези транслейшни трябва и да се поддържат, но като функционалност е това. Така, с това моето демо като цяло приключва и сега искам да видя дали има някакви въпроси по различните канали. И така като гледам, някакви въпроси, някой има ли, дали може да пита, пишете, unmute. Въпроси? Ехо? Няма. Добре. В такъв случай май мисля да затворим поне с моята част. Да ви благодаря, да ви напомня само за няколко събития, които предстоят през идният месец. Първото от които е, Мишо, ако не се бъркам, това е JavaScript конференцията. Ако може да ми помогнеш само с датата, кога беше, че признавам си, забравих. Окей, добре. Май Мишо го няма.
Тук съм.
Добре. За следващите събития, на които може да се види нашото комюнити, първото от които се сетих беше JavaScript конференцията.
Има точно преди него AI BootCamp, за който имаме и Call for Speakers. То е точно преди всъщност JS Talks. Така че това е едно от събитията, след това е JS Talks, също така SQL Saturday Пловдив, който на 100% всичко ще е онлайн, дали ще има присъствие на място зависи от, както се казва, епидемиологичната обстановка.
Виж колко яко си се научил да го казваш. Аз още не мога да го произнасям това.
Сложно е, трябва да тренираш.
Обстановката. Трябва да тренирам, да. Не го споменавам достатъчно често.
И може да имаме и други ивенти, да, извинявай, че те прекъснах, но тези са сигурните, планирани към момента до края на годината, които ще се случат при всички ситуации и на които съответно ще се радвам да се включите. Включително дори и за JS Talks има някои сесии, които са свързани с Azure, с Elastic, така че не са нерелевантни съвсем към това, което ние в момента обсъждаме. Програмата ще бъде, може би, този уикенд или в началото на другата седмица публикувана официално, така че ще може да видите сесиите и да си изберете това, което ви интересува.
Супер. Аз със сигурност си харесвам нещо, щом става въпрос за Azure. Ами добре, аз благодаря за вниманието на всеки, който ме е слушал, гледал или ще гледа за напред на запис. Ако имате въпроси, може да ме намерите в общи линии всички Data Platform юзер групи в България, Power BI-ски, BSQL-ски, Azure-ски, може да ме намерите и в LinkedIn, така че при въпроси, just ask.
Могат ли да ти се обаждат по телефона, защото Боби каза, че може да и се обаждат и по телефона. Разбира се, но
явно Боби не говори достатъчно по телефона. Аз достатъчно стоя по слушалки цял ден. Задоволявам се изписане.
Ама, чакай сега, аз казах, че мога ми се обаждат по телефона във варианта да ме поканят на бира. Дали?
Ама това не е много...
Няма да решаваме BI задачки по телефона.
Ама това с поканването по телефон на бира не е много логично.
Ама ние онлайн, ама пак поне да има нещо, нали?
Поканата само по телефона, такова с пием бири.
Някакви вариации, да.
Къде стигна този свят, братче?
Ако ситуацията позволява, ще имаме speaker dinner за JS Talks и не само виртуален, но ако ситуацията позволява. Така че към момента още не е сигурно, ще бъдете съответно уведомени.
Супер. Окей.
Благодаря ви много тогава за чудесния ивент и за contribution, както и на всички за участието и се надявам да се видим скоро.
До скоро.
Чао.
Чао, хубава вечер на всички.